Okay, welcome back. We are going to start the afternoon session. I'm Takuro Moromizato from Okinawa Prefecture Medical Center and Children's Medical Center. And then today, today the first speaker is Professor Leo Prabhu in Katsuba Medical College, Mangalore, India. Dr. Prabhu, please start your presentation.
A very good afternoon to everyone. And at the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Iseki and Professor Watanabe for giving me this opportunity to come here all the way from India and to share some insights on the dietary management of chronic kidney disease in India. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So the way I've structured my talk is I would give a brief introduction about India and the various complex dietary constituents of our Indian diet, how that affects our understanding of how to manage CKD, whether traditional Indian food and an Indian diet is compatible with our understanding of how to control or to retard the progression of CKD, and a few studies which have come out of India in various fields like keto analogs, enzobiotics, and things like that. I would cover in the next half hour or so. So I bring greetings from Manipal University, from where I hail. This is India's #1 ranking private medical university with 2 colleges under its purview. We have an intake of about 500 medical students every year. This is India, an incredible land of vast diversity and various complex challenges, which I will touch upon during my talk. So Manipal is where my university is located. Sorry that the map isn't very clear. So touching upon the incidence of CKD in India, how common is this disease in India? So an estimate, even though India doesn't have a fully functional renal registry yet, various studies have estimated that the incidence rate of ESRD in India is about 229 per million population. And one big issue is more than 100,000 new patients enter into renal replacement therapy programs every year. So that's a huge number. And unfortunately, only 10% of these patients are eventually they are able to access renal replacement therapy of some form, like dialysis or renal transplantation. Various measures which have been undertaken by the government of India is rapidly addressing this issue, and we are able to provide more and more coverage due to universal insurance nowadays. But it remains a big challenge, and that is why prevention of the progression of CKD is still paramount in India. It's very important in order to take this burden off the government exchequer. Now, what are the unique issues with dietary management in India? As you all know, India is a huge country with an incredible diversity within that large landscape. So, to make it simple, let me say that India right now is the most populous country in the world. We have the largest population, surpassing China a few years ago. Within that population is tremendous diversity in the form of religious differences, territorial differences, region-wise differences, different locations where traditions and things vary, diets vary. There are large remote locations as well in India where sometimes it is difficult for the people to access medical care or for the government to deliver medical care. India remains an agrarian economy where agriculture is the predominant mode of employment in people. So it follows naturally that a dietary approach cannot be one size fits all solution in a country like India because of this amount of diversity. Like to put it one way, I could say India right now has the world's largest Hindu population, the world's second largest Muslim population, and a huge population of various different faiths like the Christian faith, Sikh faith, Buddhist faith, all live side by side in India. And that's why management of or to address dietary requirements is not that easy because of the various different cultural, religious, and other factors which come in the way of making a steady or a single approach to deal with dietary management of CKD. Now, going ahead, many of the staple Indian foods are also not compatible with a CKD diet. For example, food items like lentils, beans, yogurt are something what we consume every day. And many times we are forced to tell our patients to restrict these dietary components which are essential part of their diet for the process of restricting protein or restricting potassium or something like that, or phosphorus or things like that. So in a land of such diversity, festive occasions are very common, and festive occasions are a time where people like to revel in it and enjoy their food. And thereby, again, these things come in the way of prescribing a CKD diet to them. Food items like raisins, dry fruits, butter, ghee are very common in a traditional Indian diet. And restricting them or taking them off is not that easy when it comes to its patients' compliance because they tend to resist restricting these items. I was quite fascinated to see a lot of attention on rice during this workshop. And rice again is one of the staple items in an Indian diet. India is the world's #1 rice exporting and the world's #2 wheat exporting country. So rice and wheat are integral to our culture. It's quite difficult for us to tell our patients to restrict these items in their diet. Again, practically every variety of fruit and vegetables grown in the world are similarly grown and consumed in India. So again, these things tend to make it a bit difficult for us to restrict these items in the Indian diet. Now, apart from that, rapid urbanization in India is leading to an increase in stress and lifestyle related diseases like diabetes mellitus, ensuing coronary artery disease, and things like that, due to a very rapid growth in the economic status of India. Especially in the last 15 years, India has rapidly transformed its economy and is currently among the top 5 GDP nations in the world. And this change has brought along with it a rapid explosion in numbers of stress-related diseases like diabetes, which are consequently increasing the CKD numbers. Sadly, again, high sodium processed foods, which are trademarks of some of the developing economies and their diets, are making a rapid explosion in India as well. And it brings along with it its concomitant problems. Now, this is what we would call a daily Indian food, which is called the thali. The photograph is a bit misrepresentative. We don't eat that much every day. It's just a pictorial demonstration. But the concept, I would want to make it clear to you what an Indian thali or an Indian food, Indian daily diet means. So it is supposed, this comes from the ancient traditional Indian wisdom called Ayurveda, which is just like Japan and China, India as well has a very robust traditional medicine system. And Ayurveda is one of an ancient science which is more than 1,000+ years old. And so they believed from those days that food, a satisfying meal, should satisfy 6 different tastes, like sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent. These are the different tastes. And for you to feel satisfied with your meal, all these tastes need to be incorporated in your diet. Only then you feel the perfect satiety from your diet. If you can see that diagrammatic representation, it contains items which will cater to every possible of the different tastes in one meal. The quantity is very low, as I'll show you later. So the calorie load which you get from a thali is not very high. So this again is what I just touched upon. These are the names for the different tastes in the ancient Indian language of Sanskrit. So every Indian thali or Indian meal has is either rice based or a dosa is a wheat based. Dosa or chapati, which you might have heard of, or roti, that is a wheat based item. And that will cater to or deliver your requirement for complex carbohydrates, fibers, minerals, and certain trace elements. All these you would derive from that one item. Dal, again, if I'm sure all of you would have come across or tasted an Indian meal at some point. So dal is again an integral component of an Indian meal, and that delivers your requirements of fiber, vitamins, minerals, and proteins. Pickle is pungent, or I think everyone knows what a pickle is. These are usually fermented foods, which again are rich in micronutrients. Papad or papadam is a gluten-free item which is given with every meal, which is usually crispy in taste and delivers at the same time fatty. It helps you to absorb the fatty material from the mouth. Every diet would have a certain amount of vegetables as well to provide a fiber requirement. There is also one sweet as an accompaniment of every Indian meal, which tends to satisfy your sweet tooth at the same time not being too high in calories. If you see here, traditional Indian thali, a vegetarian meal, delivers about 736 calories, whereas a non-vegetarian meal delivers about 868 calories. Now moving on to gut dysbiosis in CKD, we heard about this in some of the morning presentations as the reason why a patient with chronic kidney disease has an altered gut microbiota, which tends to assist in the progression of CKD. And that is one therapeutical area where intervention is possible. This again is largely environmentally based and affected by your regional diet. So What we tend to do when a patient passes through the various stages of CKD is tailor his dietary prescription based upon what are the items we want him or her to avoid. And unfortunately, that tends to provoke a certain change in our internal milieu or in our gut microbiota. So generally, what tends to happen is that there is a lower level of beneficial bacteria and an increasing level of the harmful or non-helpful bacteria like Clostridia, Enterobacteria, and these are the things which tend to grow more while suppressing the levels of the beneficial bacteria. That is what we call the state of gut dysbiosis, which is receiving a lot of attention in the management of CKD. This is again the diagrammatic representation of what I just mentioned. You compare what happens in a normal GFR state to what happens in a reduced GFR state. The flora growing are entirely different. So that makes targeting the gut microbiome an exciting area for research in progression, preventing the progression of CKD. Generally, the most commonly probiotic strains used are Bifidobacterium, Lactobacillus rhamnosus, Lactobacillus reuteri, and certain waves of Lactobacillus casei. And food containing probiotics, these include fermented dairy products like yogurt and cheese. What earlier we used to think we should restrict in the diet, turns out that it could be helpful actually in preventing the progression of CKD. What are the goals of dietary management of chronic kidney disease? You need to balance the requirement between reducing certain substances which you are consuming as against preventing malnutrition due to that particular restriction. So you need to maintain a normal body mass and composition, prevent malnutrition, minimize comorbidities associated with CKD, and slow its progression. At the same time, that amount of dietary restriction should not increase the mortality and morbidity. So I'll just quickly go through the general principles of dietary management, what the government of India and the Indian Society of Nephrology tend to recommend, and then look at a few studies which have come out of India, which may shed some further light on how these approaches can prevent progression. So most of these requirements are largely in line with various other global guidelines. There is nothing in this I could find which is different from what would be recommended in other countries or differs from the established global guidelines. The protein restriction, we went across that in some of the morning talks. I'll not touch upon that too much. Just generally, you restrict it to less than 0.8 for patients not on dialysis and 1 to 1.2 on dialysis, depending upon whether on hemo or peritoneal dialysis. Adequate carbohydrates as a source of proper energy. A moderate amount of fats, go for healthy fats compared to the saturated fat. The intake of fluid and water needs to be tailored individually depending upon the patient's fluid status. Restriction of sodium, potassium, and phosphorus in the diet, and adequate amounts of vitamin and trace elements along with fiber. So when it comes to carbohydrates, of course, diabetic and obese patients would tend to require a lower amount of carbohydrates, and it's better to use complex carbohydrates from whole wheat or unpolished rice, which would also provide some fiber along with the carbs. All other simple sugar containing substances should not form more than 20% of the total carbohydrate intake. And obviously, it follows that high sugar, highly processed food items should be avoided. Fats, again, are a good source of calories, and the recommendation is to push for unsaturated or good fats like olive oil, peanut oil, etc. And the intake of saturated fats needs to be restricted. Of course, try to eliminate or minimize the consumption of trans fat containing substances like highly processed foods. Protein restriction, again, I won't go into it for too much detail, except that I would like to highlight the point that proteins with high biological value, like animal protein, eggs and tofu would be preferred. Fluid requirement is largely a clinical decision based upon the patient's fluid status, edema status, and the urine output. We need to take an educated decision as to how much of fluid to allow. Salt, usually the Indian diet has a sodium intake of about 4 to 6 grams per day. But what is important to note is to look out for what we call as hidden sodium, which is there in practically everything we use, like any sort of processed food, which might not taste sweet, but still might not taste salty, but still has a large amount of sodium. So these are the things. I won't go through it in too much detail, but if you look into it, most of the foods that we consume, the junk food that we consume, contains sodium in some form or the other. So we need to factor into that intake while we plan a diet for a patient with CKD. Potassium, again, high, medium, and low potassium based upon the content. So look into that and try to minimize the potassium which you deliver to a patient by the use of a technique called leaching. That's how you wash the vegetables before they're used. Phosphorus, again, is a big issue in managing CKD, and we need to look into what are the high potassium foods and try to avoid those as CKD progresses. Generally, all animal protein and milk proteins tend to contain significant amounts of phosphorus. So look into that while planning your diet. Vitamins and fiber, again, need to be factored in when you plan a CKD diet. So how do you screen for malnutrition? In India, generally, we follow the KDOKI guidelines, even though it's not very easy to do that for the large number of outpatient numbers what we have, but we try to follow the KDOKI guidelines and screen them at least biannually for adults using the different forms which are there. An appetite assessment is important because that will help you to better plan or tailor your diet plan to your given patient. And there are various different scales based upon how you can assess that appetite. Problem again for this is in an outpatient setting. In a country with the large patient numbers, it's difficult to do these things unless you have the help of a clinical nutritionist. So as I begin to wind up my talk, I'll just highlight a few Indian studies which came out in the past few years pertaining to with a focus on dietary and therapeutic interventions. So this study was from Dr. Nayak's group in Hyderabad in India, and was published in the Hong Kong Journal of Nephrology a few years ago, where they had about 178 patients who were separated into two groups, that is low protein and a very low protein diet. Both groups had were supplemented with keto analogs of keto acids. There were 122 in one group and 56 in the other. There were no differences in the baseline characteristics between both these groups, and the intervention in both the groups, that is those with the very low protein diet and those with the low protein diet, in both these groups, this supplemented diet showed some amount of nutritional improvement, which was assessed by anthropometry in both these groups, and the protein intake and urinary nitrogen appearance, it showed a positive correlation between the two groups with an improving trend at the end of 1 year. So these patients were followed up for a period of about 1 year. So one point which is very important to keep in mind when you plan a study like this, as one of the speakers highlighted in the morning, is the use or utilize the service of a skilled nutritionist so that you can detect malnutrition early when it's setting in, especially with the interventions like this. You don't want to end up probably improving their GFR, but bringing down their nutritional status. So that comes with its own attendant problem. That's one thing we need to keep in mind. And in settings where there are huge patient numbers, of course, that becomes a bit difficult. This study was published in 2020 in the Indian Journal of Nephrology. It's largely an observational study, so I won't go into too much of details about it, but some of the take-home points were that they saw that the use of N-acetylcysteine, this is on CKD-U or CKD of unknown origin, patient cohort in India. The use of N-acetylcysteine, supplementation with sodium bicarbonate, and the use of pre and probiotics. These are three interventions which they observed had some amount of a salutary effect in retarding the progression of CKD. So a disclaimer for this is that it was an observational study, not an RCT, and it's not possible to generalize these findings to a larger population. But predominantly, this was thought to be the result of reducing the inflammatory state by the use of these interventions. Now, this study called the ETOX study, or the elimination of toxins study, was published in 2022, where what they did was they looked into some of the uremic end products like picresol and indoxyl sulfate, and also the quality of life of a cohort of patients with stage 3 to stage 5 CKD. And the intervention was the use of what we call as an enzobiotic. So this group received enzobiotic capsules. I don't know what the meaning of enzobiotic is, but it's a combination of probiotics, that is lactobacillus, bifidobacterium, and prebiotics, and a proteolytic enzymes. These three components in one capsule was given to one group, and the other group received maltodextrin as a placebo. So here they were able to demonstrate that some of the end-uremic products like PCS and indoxyl sulfate were reduced by significant amounts in the treatment group as compared to the placebo group. Even the quality of life of these illustrated patients was shown to have some amount of improvement in the treatment group, which theoretically could translate into relatively a delay in the initiation of dialysis. So obviously this is a single study, single center study with a smaller sample size. So this needs to be validated in larger patient numbers before it can be widely applicable. But then the thought process behind it and the combination seems unique and probably worth a multi-center trial on a global level. In 2017, another similar study where we used a combination of a probiotic and prebiotic in patients who were on hemodialysis. So this was called the symbiotics, and they looked into markers of inflammation, that is hsCRP, interleukin 6, and TNF alpha levels. And the quality of life was assessed using SF36 and SDA scoring. So this, the symbiotic was a combination of Lactobacillus acidophilus, Bifidobacterium, Streptococcus thermophilus, and FOS, that is fructo-oligosaccharide. This capsule was given for a period of 6 weeks. And in general, the therapy was well tolerated, and significant numbers of these patients had a decrease in the markers of inflammation in this group. Again, must qualify it by stating that it is a single center study. It is not a randomized controlled study, and probably we need to look into it at a larger scale. Lastly, one study which appeared in Frontiers in Nutrition this February, last month, which came out of India again, where there was an estimation of the dietary intake of sodium, potassium, phosphorus, and protein in a healthy Indian population with and in patients with chronic kidney disease. So they measured the intake and the excretion of sodium, protein, potassium, and phosphorus. 404 patients were included in this study. And what they were able to analyze later at the end was that most patients with CKD were taking a higher than recommended salt in their diet, and the potassium intake was lower than recommended. This was in a select Indian population, a North Indian population, and this was compared to what the guidelines allow you to have every day. They found that again the protein intake was below the recommended daily allowance. The importance of these kind of studies, which are largely based on dietary recall and then measuring the excretion of this particular dietary components, is that it can help governments or agencies to formulate guidelines as to what are the components you can increase in your diet and what you can decrease. So I conclude my talk by stating that India is a large and a complex country with a very diverse dietary preferences and habits. And it's very important to have an individually tailored approach rather than a generalized approach because of this diversity. Largely, the globally applied guidelines do apply to India and generally are followed in India. And one area which is an important factor in the pathogenesis and progression of chronic kidney disease and thereby a target for potential therapeutic intervention is gut dysbiosis. So I end my talk by inviting all of you to the ICNRM conference, which is going to be held in October in Hyderabad in India. I hope I get to see most of you there again, and please do visit and enjoy the diversity of India. So I conclude my talk with that. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prabhu. Because of time restriction, just one question, please. If you have any question or comment, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice talk, and I'm very interested and very intrigued by your symbiotics data. So my question is, what is the mechanism of the improvement QOL by the symbiotics? For example, the mood or quality life and muscle strength. What is the most affected?
Thought largely to be due to suppression of inflammation.
Okay.
And a regeneration of the gut microbiome, which helps better absorb nutrients and improve the appetite as well. That is thought to be the process behind that.
How about the effect of the small chain fatty acid to central nervous system?
I really couldn't answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you much, Dr. Prabhu.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next speaker is Professor Doug Hee Kang from Division of Nephrology, Department of Internal Medicine, FK Women's University, South Korea. Dr. Kang, please start your presentation.
Thank you very much for kind introduction, Dr. Moromizato. I'm very pleased to be a part of this interesting workshop, and I want to thank Dr. Iseki for inviting me to the workshop. My task this afternoon is to address the characteristics of dietary intake and current status of nutritional management in Korean CKD patients. And you may be very familiar with this slide. And the CKD affects about 10% of the world population. It is associated with very grave prognosis, including the mortality rate. This high mortality rate is expected to be higher. That is the highest fifth the mortality rate by the year 2014. Korea is not the exception, and Korea has a very high ESRD incidence, and Korea ranked first in terms of annual growth of ESRD due to diabetes mellitus. As a nephrologist in this era, I think we really have a responsibility to provide the optimum care for our CKD patients. Optimum care does not necessarily mean the optimum glycemic or blood pressure control, and rather encompasses every aspect that is shown here in this comprehensive spectrum of patient care. Among these, the modality of patient care, I think medical nutritional treatment is really one of the key factors to determine the long-term prognosis of a CKD patient. This dietary management actually lead to avoid the protein energy wasting and maintain optimal nutritional status with optimization of the quality of life. And also it can stabilize metabolic status and mitigate uremic symptom and complication. And also importantly, the dietary therapy slow down the decline of renal function. The journey of dietary intervention takes the different steps and the different targets across the CKD stage shown here. And we also have to consider the comorbidity of our patients and the body size and the dietary habit and all the medication that they are taking now. So at this moment, individualized dietary management is the key for the successful dietary intervention, I think. In 2020, KDIGO published the guideline CPG for nutrition, and this is a summary of their recommendation of the major nutrient intake. But the recently published the diet guideline has a kind of a tendency to move from the focusing of a single nutrient, suggesting a numeric or the qualitative amount of allowed intake. It's rather moved to the emphasize the importance of a dietary pattern and the quality of diet. So today my talk is about, I will start from showing the dietary characteristics in Korean CKD patient and the source of dietary protein intake and the fruits and vegetable intake. And I also want to spare some time of the current status of nutritional education in Korea. This table shows the nutritional intake of a Korean adult according to renal function based on the data of Korean intainase from 2011 to 2014. As you can see, in non-CKD patients, the energy intake is around 31 kilocalorie per kilogram per day, and the protein intake is about 1.1 gram per kilogram per day. And as you can see here, the energy and the protein intake decreased with the CKD progresses. Not only protein and the calorie intake, you can clearly see there is a tendency of a decrease in sodium, potassium, calcium, and phosphorus intake as the CKD progresses in this graph. And when we look at the nutritional intake in early and advanced CKD, in patients in early CKD patients, and compared to the non-CKD patient, the protein and the other energy and other nutrient intake tend to significantly decrease in CKD stage 2 patients. And in advanced CKD patients, mean energy intake was 25, and the mean protein intake is 0.8 gram per kilogram per day, shown here. And you can see that even potassium and the calcium intake significantly decreased with the renal function deteriorate. This is another study from my center showing the dietary intake in diabetic and non-diabetic, the early and late CKD patients. It is observational study in 350 CKD patients. We exclude the dialysis or transplant patient, and it's based on 3-day diary record. You can see there in a diabetic CKD patient and the non-diabetic CKD patient, energy intake is lower in the late CKD patient. By the way, early CKD means the CKD from stage 1 to 3A, and the carbohydrate intake, interestingly, increased in the late CKD stage. Protein intake is decreased with the late CKD patient, but tended to be higher in early CKD patients in diabetic patients. This finding may suggest that non-diabetic CKD patients started to restrict the dietary protein intake earlier than diabetic CKD patients. And the total fat intake also decreased in late CKD patients. And the sodium intake is decreased, but you can recognize that there is a tendency in early diabetic CKD patients intake more sodium, shown in this table. And this slide shows whether the energy and the nutrient intake in stage 3 to 5 patients meet the criteria recommended. As you can see here, and in Korean stage 3 to 5 CKD patients, more than 80% CKD patients intake the less than 80% is the below recommended level energy intake. And the protein intake about the in men 77, in women 67% showed intake the above recommended levels. When it comes to the phosphorus and the sodium intake, the men CKD patient showed higher the intake of phosphorus and the sodium. Shown here is more than 60 and 80% intake the phosphorus and the sodium above the recommended level. And the women patients, and even though they have a higher intake of sodium, their phosphorus intake is about 44%, and 35% is below and above recommended levels. So the Korean CKD patient, the intake, the less the energy intake, the protein intake is higher than recommended. Now, what about the source of dietary protein intake? We actually learned a lot from the morning session about the dietary protein intake. And I think there are really a kind of a paradigm shift in the nutritional management of a CKD from a specific restrictive strategy of a nutrient, like a whole dietary pattern and quality. And we all know that many observational studies already demonstrate the plant-based protein source are associated with the decrease the incidence and the prevalence of CKD and the CKD progression and the mortality risk. And we have to remember that not all plant-based diet are not low-protein diet. But and also that the KDOQI guideline in 2020 recommended the prescribing greater fruit and vegetable intake in stage 3 to 4 non-dialysis dependent CKD patients, unless their potassium level is unsafely high. And however, the KDOQI in 2020 indicate insufficient evidence to recommend plant or the animal diet. But the very latest KDOQI guideline just published the advice to encourage plant-based protein more in CKD patients. This is the slide. It is a post-hoc analysis of Eric's study. And as you can, this graphic, the abstract here, and And you can see the higher adherence than healthy plant-based diet. And I don't have a pointer, so when I touch the mouse, it moved to the another page. So, but you can recognize the healthy plant-based protein and the vegetarian diet is associated with the lower risk of incidence of CKD, and also the slow decline of EGFR, as you can see. But however, in the overall plant-based diet and the less healthy plant-based diet, which include like refined grain, a potato, or the fruit juice, was not associated with the better survival of a kidney, rather increased the risk of it, even though it is not statistically significant. And even though there are many observational studies linking the plant-based protein and the renal protection, but there is a very rare RCT. This is the small RCT performed in 41 diabetic nephropathy patients shown here. And what they have done was they received the dietary protein 0.8 gram per kilogram per day, and they switched the protein intake from 70% of animal protein. They switched to 35% of soy protein and follow up for 4 years. And as you can see, in 4 years, although lipid parameter was pretty much lower in soy intake the patients, and also urea nitrogen and protein urea was much decreased. And very interestingly, HSCRP level in soy protein group was pretty much lower compared to control group. In Korean CKD patients, and as you can see this table, this slide is the slide I previously shown, and the animal protein intake and the plant protein intake, and about when you look at this protein in total and the plant-based protein, more than 50% are the plant-based protein in Korea. It's similar to the Japan case, as Dr. Isaka presented this morning. It is quite different from the Western countries. They usually plant protein occupies like 20 to 30% of total the protein intake. And again, as I previously mentioned, and only the diabetic, the CKD patient tended to higher intake of the protein intake, also in plant-based protein intake. What about fruits and vegetable intakes? And traditionally, the nephrologists do not recommend too high fruit and vegetable intake because it has the potential risk for the development of hyperkalemia. But the recent recommendation highly suggests they encourage you to intake the fruit and vegetable in CKD patients. This study was done in hemodialysis patients, is more than 8,000 patients. It's a multi-center cohort study in adult hemodialysis patients. And they counted the frequency questionnaire, and that frequency questionnaire converted into servings per week. And when they look at the data, this is the baseline characteristic according to the total of fruit and vegetable intake, the servings per week. And when you look at this one, and even though the higher the fruit and vegetable intake group do not show a higher potassium level, the potassium level was comparable across the total of fruit and vegetable intake. And it's very important, only 4% of whole cohort consume at least 4 servings per day. It is far below the recommendation intake of the usual prevention of a major chronic disease. And what they found was compared to the lower fruit and vegetable intake, and the higher the fruit and vegetable intake was associated with less all-cause non-cardiovascular mortality in hemodialysis patients. And this is the result of another study done in general population, including non-dialysis dependent CKD and about 130 hemodialysis patients. And they counted the frequency of vegetable and fruit intake, like every day and sometimes and never or rare. and the mean follow-up period is longer, like 60 years. When you look this the figures, and this white bar denotes the everyday fruit and vegetable intake is decreased as the CKD progresses. And the this graph is about the potassium level. Again, the potassium levels is similar even in an advanced CKD patient with the high everyday the fruit and vegetable intake. And this table shows the Cox proportional hazard regression model as compared to the everyday fruit and vegetable intake group. And sometimes, and never two, the rarely intake of fruit or vegetable was associated with significantly higher the mortality rate, even after the adjustment of many demographic or nutritional and biochemical parameters. And when we stratify the result in CKD status, they show the similar tendency like a dose-dependent increase, but despite there is a lack of statistical significance. This study is a Korean study, and they look at the fruit and vegetable intake and the incident CKD patient. And it's a longer period, it's 8 years, and they enrolled about 10,000 patients with normal kidney functions, and the outcome was eGFR less than 60 incident proteinuria, and they also measured the estimated net endogenous acid production as an indicator of dietary acid load. And they counted the fruit and vegetable intake, and the vegetable intake they divided like fermented and non-fermented vegetable intake. This graph is about outcome as the eGFR less than 60, and you can see the non-fermented vegetable intake is associated with the better renal survival. And the next one is about the incident proteinuria, and the non-fermented vegetable intake and the fruit intake show the higher non-fermented vegetable and fruit intake is associated with less the development of proteinuria. And when it comes to the acid production, the y-axis show the time averaged net acid production, and all the non-fermented and fermented and fruit intake is associated with less acid protection entire study period. So what about the fructose? I'm wondering whether any of you are kind of worrying about the fructose content when you recommended the hemodialysis or CKD patients to eat more fruit and vegetable. Since the fructose, also called fruit sugar, is very abundant in fruit and is very notorious actually fructose is the blamed as a cause of obesity and metabolic syndrome. The fructose is a natural sugar found primarily in fruit, and it is one of the main sweetening agents in human diet, especially in modern society. Fructose can exist as a monosaccharide and a disaccharide as a form of sucrose, and also in the synthetic high fructose corn syrup with about the diverse percentage of the fructose. And in normal physiologic condition, fructose acts as an alternative metabolite in providing energy and also contribute lipid and glycogen synthesis for energy storage. But in protein excess status, fructose can develop insulin resistance to prevent glucose utilization in peripheral tissue. And the fructose also stimulate salt reabsorption, induce the hypertension by the activation of renin-angiotensin system and the various pathways. Also in hypoxic condition, endogenous fructose provide the several biosynthetic precursors required for cell survival. So the fructose is the only carbohydrate to generate uric acid in the middle of the metabolism. So we may take some lessons from the management of gout. This table shows the effect of fructose on uric acid metabolism. It is well known the high fructose intake it increase the uric acid level and raise the blood pressure and increase the gout flare in gout patient. And sometimes it is associated with the incidence of the gout. But how about the natural fruit? Fruit fruit also contains lots of fructose, but fruit and several other the fruit protect against gout, in contrast to fructose itself. And the fruit can substantially lower the blood pressure and also reduce the serum uric acid. It seems a little bit contrast, but actually in the fructose content in the whole fruit is not that much to induce the uric acid levels. And also fruit has many other the nutrient to inhibit the fructose absorption, the less uric acid generation. In contrast to the whole fruit, the orange juice and other fruit juice, the consumption of orange juice and the other fruit juice was associated with the incident gout. It is mainly because the fruit juice, the soft drink, and the smoothie, they do not contain the important nutrients found in the whole fruit. Also, they have a lot of the sugars, so they induce the hyperuricemia, and the hyperuricemia can be a cause of gout flare, hypertension, CKD, and other cardiovascular complications. The fiber and vitamin C, flavonoid, catechin, and potassium contained in whole fruit actually block this pathway. Vitamin C is a very important antioxidant, and it has reduce the generation of ROS generation, and also enhance urinary uric acid excretion by the activation of GLUT5 transporters. And the potassium contained in the whole fruit lower the blood pressure by improving endothelin-dependent vasodilatation. Also, catechin and the flavonoid I've mentioned is a potent anti the oxidative effect. And the fiber contained in the fruit is very, very important because this fiber slows the fructose absorption in the intestine. And the fiber has many beneficial effects. Not only the absorption of the fructose absorption, also it gives the patient with inhibit like a hunger fang. Patient do not take too much food. So the last part of my talk is about the CKD and the nutrition education. And in Korea, medical insurance reimbursement initiated since March 2017 with the effort of the members of the Korean Society of the Nephrology and with recognizing the importance of nutritional and the CKD education to improve the patient the survival and all the overall prognosis. In detail, the pre-dialysis CKD stage 3 to 5 was reimbursement was set in $17 for the more than 80 minutes education. In hemo and the peritoneal dialysis, that reimbursement is set to $40 and $66 for 80 minutes, at least 80 minutes education and at least 200 minutes education. And I'm wondering whether this kind of the condition and the fee of reimbursement in the different country in Asia, because I don't think it is enough. And the education team in Korea consists of a physician, nephrologist, and the specialized in medicine, and all the nurses. They should have at least 3 years of practical experience, and the renal dietitian. Sometimes if we think it is necessary, pharmacist or social worker can join him and to discuss together. And the education content, in addition to the general understanding of CKD, renal replacement therapy, and the diet, and we add vascular access care and food for special attention, and some patients had the food to be avoided, and that is added in hemodialysis patients. And in PD patients, of course, we include the like education of dialysis exchange, PD catheter care, and dietary management for peritoneal dialysis based on the recommendation to encourage the more protein intake. And I'll show like a 3 or 4 slides about the survey result. Recently, Korean Society of Clinical Nutrition and the Korean Dietitian Association ran the survey in order to understand the education implementation status. And this survey was done in 10 tertiary university general hospital. The bed size average like 1,500, more than 1,500 beds, and 12 general hospital. And this is about the presence of education unit. I'm very pleased to know that all the tertiary general hospital, 100% have an education team. In the case of general hospital, situation is somewhat variable, and 58% they established this education team, but there are still substantial the absence of CKD and the education team in 42% of general hospital. And the role of this team was mainly geared by the nurses in 82% and the dietitian in 18%. And when we asked why do not set this education, the unit, the most are related to a kind of lack or not enough the human resources, such as lack of physician, nurse shortage, lack of a dietitian, lack of department coordination, and the medical insurance reimbursement criteria not met. And this is the education time. And in clinical diet, usually spent about 35 minutes per patient education, and the doctors spend their time about 13 to 25 minutes. And the nurses, their effort to increase training to educate the dialysis and peritoneal the patients, they spent like more than 120 minutes to educate PD patients. This reimbursement is only once a year. And at the first beginning, they start hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis. And the education report was written by dietitian, doctors, and nurses together in 40%, and followed by dietitian and the nurses in 35%. What about re-education? And the re-education is not reimbursed by the government. And usually we have done the re-education like 65%. And the reason for re-education is the doctor's request is more than 70%, and the patient themselves request re-education. And still there are about 10% they perform a kind of regular re-education for patients. And the re-education was mostly done by dietitian and also nurses, and 0% of doctors. And the reason doctor request the re-education was the decline in kidney function and the development of hypokalemia, the hyperphosphatemia, and the high blood pressure. And the doctors, patients had questions about the dietary therapy. And what about the education material and the space? And almost 100% they have education material distributed in the form of a leaflet and a booklet. The most patients have this kind of publication education done by nutrition department, followed by the hospital in-house production. And there are 70% they have the education space, their own exclusive education space, and about 30% they shared with other departments. Education material and equipment print out 100%, and the medical education model in 45%, and sometimes they use the PowerPoint, and recently they use the smartphone to show the app application, and they practice it's like a food exchange table with the dietitian and the patient. And when we ask the stages specific, CKD stage specific education is needed for CKD, and the 65% said yes. And the reason is the content of which the stages are different, and the stage-specific education may increase patient education opportunities. It was our belief. But as I mentioned, the stage-specific education is not well established in each university, and this kind of education, including the re-education, was not still reimbursed by government. To summarize my talk, in Korean CKD patients, the intake of majority nutrient and energy tend to be decreased as CKD worsens, and the non-diabetic CKD patients seem to restrict protein intake starting from the early CKD stage, then diabetic CKD patient. And the Korean CKD patients show low energy intake, around sometimes less than 24 and 25 kilocalorie per kilogram per day, and high sodium intake compared to recommended level. The protein intake is lower only in advanced CKD patients, but it is still their intake is higher than recommendation. And the plant protein intake account for more than 50%. Lower fruit and vegetable intake is associated with an increased risk of instant CKD and mortality in CKD patients. And eating fruit and vegetable every day is not generally associated with the elevation of potassium level in CKD patients, may impose the beneficial effect on renal disease progression and overall outcome with the inhibition of fructose absorption. In Korea, CKD and the renal nutrition education program has been established. I wanted to remove this part. Well, I don't think it's been established with insurance reimbursement since 2017. However, the result of a recent real-world survey indicates that significant improvement are needed. So thank you for your attention. And this is the post of APSBN, and it will be held in the Seoul in July. And I would like to see you all in the Seoul to promote the sustainable kidney health. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Khan. I know you want to ask many questions, but due to time restriction, we have no time to ask this question. So please ask a question after this session. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Oh, okay.
Okay, next we move on to the next presentation. Next presentation, I will chair the presentation. My name is Shuakino, and next presentation is the education support activity for dietary therapy for kidney disease that respond to each country's food culture and social background. The presenter is Yukie Kitajima from Tokyo Healthcare University. So, Dr. Kitajima, please.
Thank you. And thank you for the time of my presentation. And thank you for Dr. Iteki and Dr. Wakino. Please note that my presentation will be different in content. My presentation title is Educational Support Activity for Dietary Therapy for Kidney Disease that respond to each country's food culture and social background. And my COI, the agenda, first, cooperation of the Japanese Society of Renal Nutrition and Metabolism. Second, activity of NGO Ubiquitous Blood Purification International. Local seminar Cambodia and Mongol. And academic exchange and training in Japan. And Khmer Food Composition Table Project in Cambodia. JSRNM has a collaborative structure with ISRNM, and several JSRNM members serve on ISRNM committee. So dietitian member belong to Patient Resource Committee, and in the patient corner, kidney-friendly recipe, introduce Japanese meal recipe. These are some of them. The Kyoto team introduced seasonable food in Japan on YouTube. For example, osechi is a meal eaten during the New Year. Generally, people pack various things into boxes called jubako and eat them with family and friends. Sushi can be eaten anytime, but chirashi sushi, which is not made individual like sushi, is made at home during celebration. If you look at recipes from other countries of kidney-friendly recipe, you and we will see that Japanese food is a culture that uses salt. Japan's daily salt intake goal is less than 6.5 to 7.5 grams, but the intake is still high. However, Japan has a dashi culture. Proper use of dashi will improve the flavor and reduce salt intake. We are showing you how to make dashi on YouTube. And we introduce message from patients through video and lecture. Please take a look at the ISRNM website. Next, about UBPI. UBPI was established in 2006 in Japan by healthcare professionals involved in dialysis and renal transplant therapy. These are the main activities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, the main activities. Main activity countries, Japan, Cambodia, Vietnam, Myanmar, and Mongolia. But, however, we are unable to go to Myanmar. But this year, we will go to Laos. This slide is part of the activity in pamphlet. In Cambodia and Vietnam, they are engaged in activities such as assistance in opening the blood purification center, holding of seminars, guidance on vascular access, and donation of dialysis machine and other devices. They have similar activity in Mongolia. Among these activities, my main activity as a dietitian project to assist the education and training of dialysis specialists and academic and international exchange activities. Cambodia has a shortage of doctors and medical personnel due to the genocide caused by the civil war. The number may have increased now, but as of 2012, the total number of doctors is said to be around 2,400, or less than 0.2 doctors per 100 people. On the other hand, as economic development progresses, the proportion of causes of death from infection disease to lifestyle related disease such as cardiovascular disease and diabetes is increasing. But medical expenses are high compared to standards of living. There is no comprehensive national health insurance system, and medical expenses are basically paid by the individual. Current state of dialysis medical care in Cambodia. Now, the number of dialysis facilities and nephrologists is increasing. Dialysis costs about $50 per session. The number of dialysis sessions is no more than twice per week. There are many technical issues, such as water treatment, number of dialysis machines, dialyzer reuse, and injection and drug are only available to wealthy people, rich people. So, about projects to assist the education and training of dialysis specialists. date3 of NGO UBPI sub-organization holds local seminars and invite Cambodian healthcare providers to visit Japan and undergo training and other programs. This picture shows the seminar. There are medical students and doctors from International University in Phnom Penh. The seminar will run for 2 days, and they must take a confirmation test at the end. The content of the seminar: care of patients with chronic kidney disease, renal replacement therapy, renal anemia, nutrition management and diet therapy, CKD, MPD, and vascular access. There are many seminar contents. Lectures from Japan include doctor, engineer, a dietitian, and physical therapy. Many people are involved in this seminar. Cambodia does not have any education institution that train dietitians. By last year, I had a lecture on low protein diet, dialysis diet, diabetes control, phosphorus, potassium, control of salt and protein. Here are some of the slides from the last year's seminar. The theme at the time was control of salt and protein for diet therapy for dialysis patients. For example, regarding Japanese guidelines about weight gain rate, these are examples of seasoning used in Cambodia. In this way, we show and educate seasonings and foods that are widely used in Cambodia and contain a large amount of salt. I look into the Cambodian food. Fish sauce, pula hok, and tuk tray are used in various dishes in Cambodia. And dishes are made with this ingredient and high in salt, so please be careful. In educate the diet in Cambodia, education according to Cambodia food culture is the most important. Therefore, it is necessary to investigate at a local supermarket or the internet. In Japan and many other countries, hemodialysis 3 times per week is the standard method. However, dialysis patients in Cambodia only receive dialysis twice a week. Without donation from relatives and friends, some patients find it difficult to continue dialysis. Therefore, a low-protein diet is recommended. Under these circumstances, dietary treatment with a low-salt and low-protein diet can slow the accumulation of fluid and toxic metabolites. Next, about academic exchanges and training in Japan. When trainees from Cambodia and other countries come to Japan, they will be trained for about a week, of which one day there will be a cooking training. Expose potatoes and vegetables to water, boil, and serve them individually and not on a platter. And low protein rice tasting. And next, about cooperation of JSRNM in academic and international exchange activities. And the first, as providing guidance to overseas medical students and young healthcare providers. Advice on academic papers, opportunity to give academic presentation in Japan, support to ensure that they can give academic presentations smoothly at various academic meetings. About activity of Khmer food composition table project in Cambodia. In Cambodia, the number of patients with kidney disease and diabetes is increasing. For that reason, it is important to teach diet therapy for them. However, Cambodia does not have a standard table of food composition. Therefore, based on the English version of the food composition table in Japan, we obtain information from ISRM member in order to obtain the component value of food that correspond to the food culture of Cambodia. Thank you to ISRM members. So, some Cambodian doctors are playing a central role in translating in Khmer. Since last year's Cambodian seminar, we have added information on how to use food composition table, nutrients, check nutrients, and how to read nutrition facts. So amount of food from nutrient value. And estimation of nutrient intake. So they can take their medication. So we and I explained the prediction formula for potassium accumulation and how to reduce potassium intake using food composition table. For example, how to reduce of banana or mango. And next up is Mongol activities. Just like in Cambodia, many professionals will participate. We will prepare 5 hands-on seminars, and seminar participants will receive separate seminars in the morning and afternoon. And this is a scene from a nutrition seminar. At the nutrition seminar, a Mongolian doctor prepared a case study. The style was to explain and discuss what kind of nutritional management should be done for the case. In Mongolia, dialysis therapy is relatively stable. However, the type of drugs are limited. CKD-MBD is particularly difficult to manage. Therefore, it was found that education focusing on phosphorus management in dialysis therapy is necessary. This is an issue for this year. So that's all. Last slide. The educational content of dialysis therapy for kidney disease required in each country is different, developing on the food culture and social background of each country. This activity must tailor to the change of each country and prepare content that can be practiced by patients in that country. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kitajima. Now this presentation is open to discussion. Is there any comments or questions about her presentation? So I really appreciate your contribution to the Asian country CKD patient. So actually, do you have some figures about the protein or salt intake of, for example, Cambodian people? How much salt or protein? Do you have some here? You don't.
So basic.
Yes.
Basic same Japanese guideline. But we check.
Yes.
We sorry Japanese. カンボジアの人たちの食事調査がまだ全然できていないので、
So there's no established investigation about dietary
record. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the lecture. And then we want to relate that in Japan, it's now currently hard to educate nurses or other staffs to motivate them as a diet kidney care workers, healthcare workers. So did you find some hints that by educating the Cambodian people, how to make us, our healthcare staffs to motivate more in relating to, associated with their making, educating them?
Cambodian staff?
じゃあ日本語で、そうです。日本人も、すごくエデュケーション難しくなってきている、透析の方でモチベーションを上げるのすごく難しくなってきていて、でその方々をちょっとモチベーションを上げるための方法って、やっぱり日常生活で日常診療で探すんですけど、でカンボジアの人を教育する際にですね、なんかやっぱりそういったこういったヒントがあれば、私たちがもっとこの透析患者さんをケアする医療者をですね、育成する際に もっとこういったヒントがあるんじゃないかとか、こういったことができればモチベーション上げるんじゃないかとかいう、何かヒントがあれば。
Thank you. I think it is important to educate young doctor. Young doctor level up to group. その気持ちがメディカルスタッフにもつながっていく。
それはすごくいいかもしれない。That's nice. Okay.
Okay, please.
About 50, 40 years ago, during the Vietnam War or before that, the American Society of something of literature or the US Army explore all of the food composition in Southeast Asia countries. I think that the motivation because in the presence of the American soldiers in Vietnam, they want to know what should be and what should not be the available food for them. I can't remember now, but I would see once that nutrition or food composition in Southeast Asia, it belongs to some of the American government officers, but I'm not sure. But if you, I appreciate very much the contribution from the Japanese Society Renal Nutrition and Metabolism to our Southeast Asia country. But with that book, it might be really easier to translate or convert into Cambodian, and it's quite comprehensive book. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, okay, thank you for our presentation. Then we move on to the next presentation. The title is Managing Chronic Kidney Disease, a multidisciplinary approach to nutrition care in Thailand. Now the story of the Thailand. The presentation is the Okam Supang, the medical doctor, a nephrologist in Thailand. Are you ready?
Okay, thank you.
So please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chu Wakino, to kindly introduce and I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Kunitoshi Ifeki and the International Workshop on Dietary Therapy for Chronic Kidney Disease. And today I will discuss about the managing chronic kidney disease in Thailand. Yes, because manage CKD patient is not just a medication, but it's a team-based integrated care model that many of nephrologists in Thailand do the team-based integrated care model. We work together with nephrologists, nurse, pharmacists, dietitians, physiotherapists, and also the social workers. I show you the study from Thai 6 project in 2010. They show the prevalence of CKD, and you can see that approximately 17% of the population in Thailand had underdiagnosed CKD stage 1 to 4. So it's a huge number that most of those people will end up with the hemodialysis. The Ministry of Public Health of Thailand has developed policy for the care of CKD patients called the Service Plan for Kidney Disease. The indicator for 2024 have at least 4 indicators now. First is the CKD screening in patients with diabetes and hypertension over 80%. Slow rate of the CKD patient with rapid GFR decline more than 65%. They provided palliative care center for CKD 5 patients to deny RT and provide the standard of CKD care in CKD clinic. In some parts of Thailand, such as the Northeastern Region State Hospital, have collaborated on a project to control the quality of care for chronic kidney disease patients called CKD-NET. You can see that this project involves the coordination between multiple stakeholders and also the specialist professionals starting from university hospital, and the local governments, also the local public health office, down to healthcare provider and community leaders, such as teachers and monks, to disseminate knowledge to the local population and also the medical student or student in the school. This one is the escort to trial demonstrate that integrate care for chronic kidney disease patients in rural community. This one supervised by Professor Kriang Tang Sanga that he mentioned earlier before in this morning. You can see that the integrated care for chronic kidney disease can delay the decline in GFR nearly 1 ml per minute per body surface area per year. So it's very successful to do the integrated care model in Thailand. So I follow the nutrition guideline for CKD in Thailand. There are two nutrition guidelines in Thailand. First is the Expensive Society of Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition of Thailand, and the other one is the guideline from Nephrology Society of Thailand. Both guidelines created by the professional team, including nephrologist, dietitian by Dr. Shanida, and pharmacist, and also the physiotherapist. As you know that in the nutrition care process, the screening is the first step of care. So we developed the Spend Nutrition Screening Score. That this one is modified from the nutrition risk score. They have 4 areas of concern. It's about unintentional weight loss, the low food intake, the body mass index, and the clinical setting of clinical illness. If the answer is more than 2 items, nephrologist will refer that patient to the dietitian or nutrition care team to assess nutrition status or intervention. After we take a list for the nutrition care process and we see the patient had a risk of malnutrition, we assess the patient. In the guideline, the assessment of nutrition status every 3 to 6 months and assess the risk of protein energy wasting. And the assessment is the comprehensive nutrition assessment that we do the 5 concern of the nutrition assessment begin with the A, anthropometry, B, biochemistry, C, clinical examination, D, dietary assessment, and E, the expansive nutrition assessment tool. Many of the nephrologists in Thailand do A, B, C, D, E. I would like to begin with the anthropometric measurement that we do. As you know that the body weight and the body mass index is indicated in the guideline, and some doctors do the waist circumference, and we have to calculate the ideal body weight. Actually, in Thailand, the ideal body weight we calculate from the height, and we with height and we deduct from the 105 for women, and men it deduct from the 100. In USA, in United States, the ideal body weight is used by Metropolitan Life Insurance. In Thailand as well, they have the Thai anthropometry. However, this one is difficult to do in real life practice, so we just do the Thai anthropometry only in the research. For biochemical analysis, we monitor nutrition status and metabolic disorder, and also to monitor the progression of chronic kidney disease. We have the panel. This one is kindly reimbursed from the government. And we have to do the 24-hour urine for nitrogen appearance. This one is recommended by the guideline. And we use this formula to calculate the protein intake. For clinical examination, we are looking for the sign of protein energy wasting, like the muscle loss, the weakness, the functional of the body, and the inadequate protein intake. And we're looking for the sign of nutrient deficiency. And for the dietary assessment, Actually, this one is due by the dietitian or nutritionist. However, in some area we don't have the dietitian, so do it yourself. Doctor can assess the patient by dietary assessment. It's very hard for the doctor to do the dietary assessment. So many doctors or nephrologists have the dietary assessment application. This application is easy to do because they have the many benefits to evaluation of nutritional status. They can calculate daily protein or calorie intake, and they provide the daily prescription for the doctor, and the doctor can print the order to the patients. And the expensive nutrition assessment tool, we have the national assessment tool called Nutrition Alert Form on NAP. And we have the 7-point subjective global assessment, the SGA. The Nutrition Alert Form is similar to the SGA. They involve those 7 areas about the height and arm span, body weight and BMI, or albumin or total lymphocyte count. If we cannot access the body weight or BMI, we have the body shape, weight change within 4 weeks, food intake, gastrointestinal symptom, and severity of disease. And the NAP has the validity and correlation with the MIS. We show in this study that among patients with CKD stage 3 to 5, the nutrition assessment with NAP and NT 2013 correlate well with the MIS or malnutrition information score. After we assess the patient, we have to give the diagnosis. So in Thailand, we have to diagnose criteria. First, the ISIM criteria that gives for protein energy wasting. And the other, we use the ICD-10 for nutrition diagnosis. This one, we usually have the E43 and E44, the severe protein energy malnutrition and moderate protein energy malnutrition. The ICD-10 is a very benefit for Thai doctor because even give the patient care and also receiving appropriate reimbursement from the government. If we apply the treatment to the patient and we did not give the code ICD-10, we cannot reimbursement from the government. After the diagnosis, we begin with the intervention. There are the nutrition management dashboard that most nephrologists use. They have begin with the energy, the protein, the water, the load, the micronutrient, and the formula. This begin to Thai guideline. As I mentioned before, we have the two society, the Japan Society and the Nephrology Society of Thailand. The first is in the energy. The energy both of society giving about 30 to 35 kilocalories per kilo per day, and the protein they have at least 3. Low protein diet is about 0.6 to 0.8, and very low protein diet about 0.4. If the patient had acute illness or protein wasting, in Spain they give the patient about 1 to 1.2, but in Nephrology Society of Thailand recommend 1 to 2.5 because they concern about the patient who undergoing dialysis. About sodium below 2,000 milligrams, potassium about 1.5 and 2 milligrams, and the phosphorus between 800 to 1,000 milligrams. And because we don't have dietitian every hospital, so nephrologists have to do the food exchange system. It's really easy to communicate with the patient. So like the meat or poultry egg, the protein one portion is about 2 spoonfuls of meat and poultry, giving 7 grams of protein and 70 kilocalories. For carbohydrate, 1 paddle of the cooked rice or 2 boiled rice and 1 bread give the 2 grams of protein and 70 kilocalories. And for vegetable, 1 portion is about 1 gram of protein and 25 kilocalories. And fruit, 70 calories and 0.5 gram protein. So it's very easy for the doctor to communicate with the patient. But it's a general rule. So the practical protein prescription of low protein diet for patients with body weight about 50 to 70 kilograms. Assumption of 1 portion of protein equally 7 grams of protein. Protein 1 portion is equally 2 spoonfuls of meat or poultry. And prescribe 1.5 to 2 spoonfuls of protein for each 10 kilograms of body weight will give the low protein diet. Example, if we have a patient of 50 kilogram body weight, need 0.6 to 0.8 gram per kilo per day, or according to the guideline, the patient should receive 30 to 40 grams per day. We prescribe 1.5 to 2 spoonful multiplied by 5. So we will give the patient about 7.5 to 10 spoonfuls. It's about 26 to 35 grams of protein per day. That's closely to the guideline prescription. So the rest of the protein should be came from carbohydrate, rice, and bread. And we have the very low protein food, protein extraction. This one is still good source of energy. We have the tapioca, and we do the tapioca cake, tapioca pudding, mung-bean vermicelli or grass noodle, and wheat flour noodle. So I think tomorrow Dr. Chanida will talk about this. And about the very low protein diet with keto analog. In Thailand, the indication of keto amino acid analog are slow down the progression of advanced chronic kidney disease, stage 4 to 5 before dialysis, and to reduce uremic symptoms. We cannot use this one for patients who are undergoing dialysis. However, many patients find it difficult to follow a very low protein diet because it's nearly vegetarian. And some nephrologists mistakenly use keto analog as a nutrient supplement. It's a misunderstanding, and the patient cannot reimburse the cost. So you can see that in CKD clinic, we have the teamwork with CKD nurse before seeing the nephrologist. We work with the dietitian and pharmacist, and we work with physiotherapist. That you know that when we prescribe the low protein diet or very low protein diet to the patient did not have enough calories, so they got the sarcopenia or muscle wasting. So we have to consult physiotherapist to improve their functional. And also in my hospital, we have the chef to teach the doctor to cook, because the patient cannot understand the doctor. So we have to teach the doctor to communicate with the patient. If you have tried the low salt diet, you can see that the taste is very bland, as it's not tasty, and some patients cannot eat happily. So I think when we learn how to cook or modify food, we can communicate well with the patient. For the elderly adherence, you can see that the elderly education and planning. So we have to work with the dietitian and talk about the benefit of low protein diet on kidney function with the patient, and the focus on variety of food, not limited to just very low protein diet only. And you have to think about making the diet manageable. So the flavor booster is very important, and the social and emotional support. So you have to work with family. So in summary, most nephrologists in Thailand utilize team-based integrated care model for the CKD patient, and However, dietitian and physiotherapists are limited in some areas, so the doctor should do consult with dietitian. Various tools such as food application or food model are used in CKD clinic. So this is all that nephrology in Thailand practice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for presentation. Now this, please.
Thank you for introducing, referring to our studies. Some of the success behind the ESCORT-2 study is quite unique in that it's not the hospital-based approach, but it is a combination between the hospital-based approach and the community-based approach. The basic concept when I started this study is that when we talk about the hospital-based with fully equipped facilities, personnel, it's easy. But when you go into the generalized to the rural area where diabetes and hypertension patients stay, there is no nephrologist, no dietitian, just general practitioner and some pharmacists and some of what we call nutritionists, the one who know about nutrition but not about the special diet. So perhaps the more than 60% or 80%, 70% of all the patients are living in the rural area under the support from the National Health Security Office, which have limited support for the serum creatinine once a year, hemoglobin A1C once a year, and even now there is no support for the annual urine protein dipstick, not like in Japan. So everything to be done must be simplifying to the most friendly user to the level of personnel over there. So we think about the way of the training the GP and most important the CKD nurse manager and the team about the CKD, and also we train about the community nurse in the sub-district officers and the village health volunteer to conduct what they call the home visit and brainstorm them about salt intake, avoidance of the NSAIDs, exercise, tobacco drinking, and so forth. And the follow-up for 900 patients for 3 years, we observed that there's a remarkable stabilize of the GFR decline. And moreover, this is the pilot study to prove that the slowing of the CKD progression at the national scale could be available with the functioning personnel that exist at the level of the district hospital. And recently we just conduct what we call cost effectiveness analysis, and it showed that it's more very cost effective, and it will be published in the KI report very recently. Thank you.
Thank you. So, is there any questions? I have one question that this system is, I'm very intrigued and moved by this system and the very advanced system for the CKD patient. So my question is that this system continued after the patient undergo hemodialysis or peritonitis. I mean, the dialysis patient is under the surveillance of this system.
Actually, the CKD clinic is aimed to slow progression of the kidney disease, but in hemodialysis or the kidney transplantation, they involve in the service plan and different from the CKD clinic. We have, but different.
Different kind, different.
Yes.
Okay. Any question? And one more question: that among the member of this team, who is the most affirmative involved in the activity? I mean, the dietitian or pharmacist or nurse? Nephros, okay. How-
At the rural hospital, the CKD nurse manager
okay.
is a key person because the GP in Thailand, the young medical graduate must serve the country in the public hospital for 3 years. And many of them have to rotate so they will stay about 3 months or 4 months. A few of them, they have a permanent doctor staying over years, but many of them are rotating physicians. So it's quite difficult to rely on them because they move and they change every 3 months. So in the rural hospital, at the level of district hospital, I'm not saying about the provincial hospital, CKD nurse manager is very important.
How about the dietitian?
No dietitian.
Okay. So the nurse have the rule.
Just nutritionist. And even in some district hospital, no nutritionist. So the nurse, CKD nurse, play all the roles.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Thank you for good presentation.
Next presentation, Megumi Oshima, Kanazawa University. Please start. Okay? Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction. I would like to express my gratitude to all of the staff of this international workshop and Dr. Kunitoshi Seki for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I have nothing to disclose. So let's move on to today's content. First, I will talk about dietary management for patients with diabetes and chronic kidney disease, including low-protein diets and sodium intake restriction. Next, I will focus on the possibility of D-amino acid as a novel nutritional therapeutic target in kidney diseases. I will show you some results from the recent clinical studies. This figure shows trends in major primary diseases of incident dialysis patients up to 2020 in Japan. Diabetic nephropathy is still the leading cause of initiating dialysis, with around 38% of patients initiating dialysis due to diabetic nephropathy. Therefore, early management of patients at high risk of kidney disease progression is important to improve their prognosis. This pyramid shows the strategy for kidney heart risk factor management in diabetic kidney disease. It's recommended in the KDIGO Work Group Clinical Practice Guideline 2022. Some therapeutic agents, including RAS inhibitors, SGLT2 inhibitors, and MRA, have demonstrated renal protective effects in recent clinical trials. However, much persistent interventions, including lifestyle management, are still required to decrease persistent risk of kidney failure, in particular in patients at high risk. So, low-protein diet is generally recommended in patients with advanced stages of chronic kidney disease. On the other hand, there are no such enough data about determining
the impact of low protein diet on kidney function in diabetic kidney disease. I will show the result of meta-analysis to assess the effect of low protein diet on kidney function in patients with diabetic nephropathy. The left panel shows that lower dietary protein intake did not affect decline in kidney function, while lower dietary protein in some studies reduces urinary excretion of albumin. Although these are based on the short time follow-up studies, and there are insufficient number of kidney failure events, so we did not assess, we didn't know whether the low protein diet may prevent kidney failure events. In contrast, protein intake restriction may raise concerns about malnutrition, protein energy wasting, and sarcopenia. These factors may induce muscle wasting and lead to adverse outcomes, including low quality of life and increased fractures, hospitalizations, and mortality. Considering these findings, KDIGO Clinical Practice Guideline 2022 suggests that a protein intake should be maintained at 0.8 gram protein per kilo per day for those with diabetes and CKD not treated with dialysis. Similarly, in Japan, clinical practice guideline has been updated for chronic kidney disease last year, and it is recommended that required energy intake should be maintained and protein intake is restricted under the supervision of a healthcare team, including a nephrologist and a dietitian. Next, salt restriction is also generally recommended in patients with chronic kidney disease for preventing and slowing the kidney disease progression. Some meta-analyses have demonstrated the effect of salt restriction on kidney function in patients with diabetes. This meta-analysis included 13 RCTs and assessed the effect of salt restriction on blood pressure. The left panel shows that low sodium intake reduces both systolic and diastolic blood pressure in patients with diabetes. In addition, the same meta-analysis assessed the effect of salt restriction on kidney function and hemoglobin A1C. Low sodium intake did not change hemoglobin A1C or eGFR in this analysis. Considering those findings, KDIGO Clinical Practice Guideline recommends that sodium intake should be limited to less than 2 grams of sodium per day or less than 5 grams of sodium chloride per day in patients with diabetes and chronic kidney disease. Similarly, in Japan, a sodium intake should be limited to less than 6 grams per day because it reduces hypertension. In summary, salt restriction is recommended in patients with diabetes and early stages of chronic kidney disease. Furthermore, for patients at high risk of declining eGFR, protein intake restriction should be considered carefully in addition to salt restriction. Next, I will show you the result about the possibility of the amino acid as nutritional therapeutic targets in kidney disease. The amino acids are known as the enantiomers of L amino acids. Recent improvement in techniques for measuring the amino acid specific amino acids. Recent studies have demonstrated the amino acids have various functions. The amino acids are generally supplied from the intake from food and synthesized by gut microbiota. Recent studies also have demonstrated that the amino acids are involved in various organs and multiple diseases, including gut barrier function, cognitive diseases in brain, and cancer progression. In addition, recent studies also have demonstrated that the amino acids are involved in kidney diseases. Our colleague, Dr. Nakade, had assessed the effect of D-serine in acute kidney injury model mice. He used an ischemic and reperfusion model mice and found that acute kidney injury induced changes in gut microbiota. Alteration in gut microbiota, gut dysbiosis, induced gut microbiota-derived D-serine increase. Next, D-serine increase were observed in the kidney, and increased D-serine levels are associated with kidney function. Furthermore, oral administration of D-serine prevent kidney injury by promoting tubular cell proliferation. These results support the protective effect of D-serine against acute kidney injury. Dr. Iwata also investigates the physiopathological role of D-alanine in acute kidney injury. He used the same ischemia reperfusion mice and assessed that effect of D-alanine. The D-alanine levels were increased after acute kidney injury, and oral administration of D-alanine inhibits ROS production and improves mitochondrial membrane potential, resulting in reduction in proteinuria. These results also support the protective effect of D-alanine against acute kidney injury. They also measured the amino acid profile in plasma in patients with chronic kidney disease. General people, the amino acids concentration were very much smaller than concentration of L amino acids. In patients with chronic kidney disease, some plasma levels of asparagine, serine, alanine, and proline were increased compared to those without chronic kidney disease. When we focus on D-serine and D-alanine in patients with chronic kidney disease, the plasma level of D-serine and D-alanine were increased compared to those without chronic kidney disease. Based on these results, we hypothesize that D-alanine and D-serine may have a potential to protect kidney disease progression and also reflect kidney function. Therefore, we use two interventions which may affect the amino acid metabolism in humans. First, we use risperidone and assess the effect of risperidone on amino acid metabolism. Risperidone is known as a atypical antipsychotic agent and also is known to inhibit the activity of the amino acid oxidase compared to other antipsychotic agents. However, the association of risperidone and kidney function is unknown. In addition, the relationship of the risperidone with the amino acid is unknown. Therefore, to assess the association between risperidone use and kidney function decline, I performed a retrospective cohort study in patients with schizophrenia in my hospital. The patients who used risperidone for at least 30 days were included in the risperidone group, while the patients with no record of risperidone were included in the control. We compared the incidence of 40% eGFR decline between two groups. During the mean follow-up of 1.6 years, 60% of patients had 40% eGFR decline. And left panel, as shown in this panel, the risperidone was associated with a lower risk of eGFR decline. In the right figure, we compared eGFR trajectory between groups during follow-up. Risperidone was also associated with a slower eGFR decline compared to control. These results support the effect of risperidone use on kidney function. However, there are some limitations. First, these results are based on patients with schizophrenia, not chronic kidney disease. In addition, there is no data for measurements of the amino acids due to retrospective cohort study. So we don't know what brings a good result by risperidone in this cohort. Thus, to assess the effects of risperidone on glucose and amino acid metabolism, we performed an open-label pilot study to assess the risperidone use for 4 days on glucose and amino acid metabolism in healthy adults. Now, finally, 7 healthy adults were randomized to receive risperidone 0.5 milligrams per day for 4 days or no treatment group. Regarding mean changes in clinical parameters, risperidone used for 4 days did not change HOMA-IR, it's the marker of insulin resistance, and hemoglobin A1C. Furthermore, risperidone used for 4 days did not change kidney function. On the other hand, regarding the amino acids, plasma D-serines were elevated compared to control. Plasma D-alanine numerically increased compared to control. Thus, risperidone used for 4 days increased plasma and urine D7 levels in healthy adults. The safety: 2 people had sleepiness in the risperidone group. There were no serious adverse events in the risperidone group. These results support that risperidone increased plasma D7 and D-alanine. However, further studies are required to validate the association between risperidone and kidney function. Next, to assess the direct effect of D-amino acids on kidney function, we use D-alanine powder. D-alanine is highly contained in food and food additive, so its safety has been confirmed. In particular, D-alanine is known to be included in plant-based diet, including fruits, vegetables, dairy food, and fermented foods, such as Japanese rice wine, sake, and natto, Japanese fermented soybeans. So D-alanine powder used in this study contains 1 gram D-alanine and 1 gram L-alanine. 1 gram L-alanine is used to stabilize the concentrations of 1 gram D-alanine. To assess the effect of D-alanine intake on amino acid metabolism, we performed a multi-center randomized pilot study. In total, 24 healthy volunteers were randomized to receive D-alanine 3 gram or D-alanine 6 gram intake for 5 days. Regarding the amino acid metabolism, plasma and urine D-alanine levels were increased in both 3 gram and 6 gram groups. On the other hand, plasma L-alanine were not unchanged in both groups. Regarding mean change in clinical parameters, mean eGFR slightly increased in the 6 gram D-alanine intake group, but not in 3 gram group. D-alanine intake did not change hemoglobin A1C and other factors. For safety of the D-alanine, 2 people had hyperphosphatemia, hypertriglyceridemia, creatinine increase, hypoglycemia, hypocalcemia. No serious adverse events are recorded. These results suggest that D-alanine intake for 7 days was well tolerated in healthy adults with normal kidney function, and selectively and dose-dependently increased D-alanine levels in circulation in healthy adults. We have just started the pilot RCT to assess the effect of D-alanine intake on kidney function and amino acid metabolism in patients with chronic kidney disease. The patients will be randomized to receive D-alanine 3 gram or standard treatment for 12 weeks. Primary outcome is defined as percentage changes in albuminuria. So I believe that this study will validate the association between D-alanine intake and amino acid metabolism and kidney function. In summary, regarding diet management for patients with diabetes and chronic kidney disease, low-protein diets should be carefully considered for indication. Sodium intake restriction is recommended for lowering blood pressure. For the amino acids as nutritional therapeutic targets in kidney disease, D-alanine and D-serine may protect kidney injury in mice. Clinical studies are ongoing to assess the effect of D-alanine in patients with chronic kidney disease. I would like to thank you, all of the members at Canada University. Thank you for listening.
And thank you so much. So, any question?
Shiwakino from Tokushima University, very good presentation. And my question is also about the salt intake in the diabetic patient. You show that the salt restriction lower the blood pressure, but it did not affect the renal function. Usually, the lower the blood pressure, then the kidney function, the better. So, what do you explain this discrepancy of the results?
Thank you so much for interesting question. In the meta-analysis, I show the patients with diabetes are included, regardless of albuminuria. So it may be there is a possibility that the reaction albuminuria is too low, so the reduction in albuminuria isn't observed.
Okay. You mean that the diabetic patient without proteinuria has no beneficial effect?
Yeah, so we have to perform some study to assess the effect of reduction in albuminuria in patients with macroalbuminuria.
Thank you for explanation.
Yeah, other question?
Thank you very much. Interesting talk. Regarding the D-amino acid study. So you mentioned about the inhibition of DAO, the amino acid oxidase by risperidone. I didn't know the details about these drugs, but my main concern is DAO mainly expressed in the brain, right, neuron, right, to maintain the function due to enhance the D-amino acid production in these cells. So do you have any result, the drugs directly affect the DAO activity in kidney, but not brain?
Thank you so much for interesting question. Yeah, as you mentioned that risperidone is currently used for the brain disease, such as schizophrenia, and the action of risperidone is also known as the inhibit DAO activity and MDA receptor in brain. So maybe which leads to the good effect on the brain disease in such patients. And our colleagues also assess the function of not risperidone but DAO activity in various organs in mice, and we found that the functions are different in kidney and also brain and other organs. So maybe we need to clarify the relationship of the DAO activity and also the amino acids in the whole body. Thank you so much.
Any other question and comment? Please.
Thank you so much for the interesting research, and your suggestion is very important, I think. But as a clinician, when I see the low EF patients and came with a congestive heart failure, and with a highly symptomatic symptoms, sympathetic symptoms, and when we use haloperidol for them, the congestive heart failure may improve. Then the heart burden, heart preload afterload will improve, and the cardiorenal function might be improved by these things, these mechanisms. So I want to ask, did you do any comparison between haloperidol and other major tranquilizers as to which have a function, the amino acids production inhibition or without that?
Thank you so much for interesting question. In fact, we did the result I show in the slide is not our data, it's that's report, and risperidone is known as a more stronger inhibitor of DAO compared with other antipsychotics. So I'm not sure the association between DAO inhibition and other sympathetic or relationships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please.
Thanks, Professor. Very wonderful talks. My question is about, is there different kind of the amino acid, the D amino acid have the similar effects? Like D-alanine, as you mentioned, it's probably a renal protective effect. But for the D-serine, sometimes we have already have some evidence about to suggest it's about for related to renal senescence or something like that. So how about your opinion in this field? Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the alanine, it's renal protective effect is thought to promote tubular cell proliferation after acute kidney injury induction. In contrast, D-serine also has a kidney protective effect, but it's also known as to promote cell proliferation in cancer in brain. So I think it's the metabolism and its enzyme are different, slightly different between two amino acids. So if we we need to clarify the difference between those amino acids in future. But I think that this thing use is more have more risk at the alanine, so we used the alanine in this study.
Okay. So any question? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Megumi, Dr. Megumi Oshima. Yes, the next presenter is Dr. Shu Wakino, Fukushima University. Please.
Okay, I'll start the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Kitajima, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizer of this meeting, Professor Iseki and Professor Watanabe, and for inviting me to present this data. The title of my presentation is Novel Dietary Strategy Against CKD, Low Protein Fermented Genmai and Whole Grain Rice. I conducted the dietary intervention using the low protein fermented genmai, which is low protein whole grain rice, brown rice. So as we all know that the number of CKD patients is increasing worldwide. The global prevalence of CKD between 1990 and 2017 increased by 29.3% to 697.5 million people. Its burden to daily life affects the subjects around the 40s to 60s, which is a working population. In China, 130 million people, and in India, 120 people suffer from CKD. In Japan, 13 million people suffer from CKD. This pink category in the CKD heat map is considered to be important in the prevention against CKD progression to end-stage kidney disease. The number target number add up to more than 4 million people. To reduce the number of dialysis patients, preventive strategy against CKD is essential. Dietary intervention is the first step for this prevention, and the low protein diet is one of the strategies to reduce the load on the kidneys in CKD. As regards the protein restriction, which is every previous presenter, many presenters show this slide. Recent KDOQI clinical guideline recommended 0.55 to 0.6 gram dietary protein per kilo per day, or 0.28 to 0.43 dietary protein per kilo per day with additional keto acid or amino acid supplementation for the CKD patient without diabetes. For the CKD patient with diabetes, 0.6 to 0.8 gram per kilo per day protein intake was recommended. So why is the number of dialysis patients are not decreasing, despite the modern treatment for CKD, which target directly to the kidney? The recent study revealed that the two pathological gut conditions, uremic dysbiosis and leaky gut, contribute to the progression of CKD. This association is called kidney gut axis, which is forgotten from the list of the therapeutic strategy against the CKD. These two pathological conditions was associated to the increased serum level of these uremic toxin, p-cresol sulfate or n-cresol sulfate, or increased levels of pro-inflammatory cytokines such as IL-6. And this change leads to the systemic inflammatory condition of the CKD patient. And uremic dysbiosis leaky gut is theoretically caused by the unfavorable diet pattern, which is inappropriate intake of protein and shortage in the dietary fiber intake. So this pathological condition can be stopped by the drug therapy. This negative spiral of kidney gut axis in CKD can be stopped by the drug. The negative spiral of kidney gut axis means that these pathological condition leads to the progression of CKD, and CKD or uremic condition worsen the intestinal condition. So these are the negative spiral of kidney axis. So this pathological condition of gut affect the intestinal function of CKD patient. It is well known that prevalence of constipation is high among the CKD patient. And the constipation is believed to be associated with deterioration of renal function. Dr. Sumita, the presentation in the morning session have shown this association by using the nationwide cohort study. They recruited 3 million United States veterans with EGFR over 60, and they checked the constipation status of these subjects, and they followed these subjects for 7 years, and he found that the constipation was associated with the incident CKD, incident end-stage renal disease, and a rapid EGFR decline. So constipation is considered to be one phenotype of kidney negative spiral of kidney gut axis. To stop the negative spiral of kidney gut axis in CKD, correcting these pathological conditions, uremic dysbiosis and leaky gut, is essential. So I started that test this dietary intervention: low protein fermented genmai, low protein brown rice. This low protein fermented genmai contains the dietary fiber, gamma oxanol, and antioxidant capacity, which ameliorate the dysbiosis or leaky gut condition of CKD patient. And also the low protein rice can help to reduce the burden of the burden on the kidney in the CKD patient. This slide shows the package of the raw protein fermented genmai we used in the study, named the Gogyo genmai. This package tells the nutrient facts of this product. The protein content of this product is 1/10 of the usual white rice, and the dietary fiber 3/4 of usual white rice. Salt content and phosphorus content was about a half of the usual white rice. And this rice contains the gamma oxanol and the antioxidant capacity. The protein content of 150 gram raw protein fermented genmai of this package is less than 1/10 of white rice. When we take white rice, 150 gram white rice contains 3.8 gram protein, which equals to the 11.4 gram protein intake at 3 meals a day. If we change 3 meals into a low protein fermented genmai, then we can reduce our daily protein intake by about 10 grams. We also, in addition, we can avoid the side dish restriction, which can escape from the deficiency of other useful nutrients, including vitamins or minerals. Last year, in this workshop, I presented some preliminary data which obtained by the low protein fermented genmai. I present the favorable change of intestinal microbiota profile by this brown rice. Increased Brauchia wexare and Brauchia rui, and also increasing bifidobacterium were the one characteristics by the genmai effect, which indicate the increased number of short-chain fatty acid producing bacteria. Decreased Ackermann and E. coli was another characteristic by this dietary intervention, which suggests the amelioration of dysbiosis of the CKD patients. I also presented last year some clinical data obtained by this intervention. In some group which can attain the reduced protein intake to by 10 gram, urinary protein excretion and serum uremic toxin, phenylsulfate, paraclosive sulfate, indox sulfate levels, and also urinary excretion of the marker for the renal tubular damage were decreased by this dietary intervention. Based on these promising data, I launched the clinical study to examine the effect of low protein genmai in CKD patients. This is the outline of the study. This study was designed as open-labeled intervention study, which was a one-arm study. So we served the participant with the 15 servings for 1 week for 3 months. Our inclusion criteria was CKD patient at stage 3 over. Our primary outcomes were renal function, urinary protein excretion, and subjective finding, especially defecation condition, evacuation condition. We also measured the serum cytokine levels, serum uremic toxin levels, and the gut microbiota population and serum electrolytes as a secondary outcomes. This table represents the Cleveland Clinic Constipation Scoring System, CCS, we used for the assessment of the patient stool condition, evacuation condition. We inquire the participant these questions before and after the genmai intervention to assess the stool evacuation condition of each participant. This slide shows the patient characteristics of this study. 21 CKD patients were recruited. They were 69 years old on the average. Their BMI was 25.8 on the average, and their EGF levels 32.74 on the average. Their urinary protein excretion was 0.88 gram per gram creatine on the average, and their protein intake was 0.89 gram per kilo per day on the average, and their salt intake was 9.36 gram per day on the average. This slide shows the basal stool evacuation condition before the intervention, basal condition as assessed by the constipation score. Our participants suffer from the long time evacuation time, a long evacuation time, and painful evacuation, and unsuccessful attempt for evacuation, and incomplete evacuation. This slide shows the change in dietary protein intake and salt intake. Unfortunately, protein intake of the participant was not altered, was not changed, even by this low protein formative genmai. However, the salt intake was significantly reduced by this dietary intervention, 9 to 7. This slide shows the change in renal function and renal damages. As you can see, serum creatinine levels was significantly reduced, and their EGFR levels are significantly increased by this dietary intervention. However, urinary protein excretion was not altered by this dietary intervention. This is unfortunate, regrettable results. Of note, the serum C-reactive protein levels, which indicate the inflammatory condition of the CKD patient, was significantly reduced after the low protein famotidine intervention, which indicated the inflammatory condition of the CKD patient was ameliorated by this dietary intervention. This slide shows the change in nutrition parameters of the patients. As you can see, the serum total protein, serum albumin, and body mass index was not changed by this dietary intervention, which indicated that this low protein fermented gamma did not affect the CKD patient nutrition condition. Finally, this slide shows the change in stool condition as assessed by the constipation score. Total score of the patients was significantly reduced from 3 to 1 by this dietary intervention, and almost all the symptoms of their evacuation condition was improved, was recovered by this dietary intervention, which indicated that this low protein fermented gamma could ameliorate the pathological condition of gut, or maybe dysbiosis. So these are the data we obtained for the present. I didn't enough data on the microbiota profile or urotoxin levels. Maybe in the future I present these data. But for now, I can discuss the results of this clinical study. First of all, I'd like to discuss the anti-inflammatory effects by whole grain. Whole grain foods, including brown rice, genmai, or cereal grains, are rich in nutrients, dietary fiber, a range of antioxidants, and they may have potential to act in an anti-inflammatory manner, which could help impact chronic disease risk. Several clinical studies have already shown that the whole grain foods reduce some markers for inflammation of some patient. So, including the CRP levels was reduced by the this whole grain food. It's also revealed that the pro-inflammatory diets was risk factor for the end-stage kidney disease. In this cohort study, they enrolled the U.S. adults with CKD from the 1988 to 1994 Harness and the National ESKD Registry, and they measured the adapted dietary inflammatory index, ADII, from a 24-hour dietary recall. The outcomes of their outcomes was initiation of kidney failure with replacement therapy, KFRT, which includes the maintenance dialysis or kidney transplantation, as of December 31, 2008. they found that the relative hazard risk for the KFRT, the kidney failure with renal transplantation therapy, was 1.4 when the patient intake the high level of ADII diet. So they concluded that among adults with the CKD, a pro-inflammatory diet was associated with the risk of KFRT. Dietary interventions that reduce inflammation may offer an approach for preventing KFRT. So I conclude that this clinical study demonstrated that low-protein genmine improves renal function by ameliorating evacuation condition and or by reducing systemic inflammatory condition in CKD patients. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. So any question or comment?
Excellent presentation. I just wanted to know in your analysis of this genmine rise in your study, how do you account for the supportive treatment what the patients were receiving for proteinuria reduction or for hypertension control? Or
Yes,
things like that.
Yeah, there are patients have this treatment also, but this is additive effect of the diet.
Yeah, I noted that most of the patients had nephritis and there were very few diabetic.
Yes. Maybe 1/2 or 1/3 is diabetic. The other the nephrosclerosis.
Any other?
Thank you very much for sharing very interesting data. I think I may missed something, and you prescribed the Kogyo-Genmai in your CKD patients, but the dietary protein intake was the same. That means the patients intake the more protein from another source. That is my first question. And the second question is you showed the decreased creatinine. And what do you think is the mechanism responsible for decreased creatinine? Have we ever measured like cystatin C or other anthropometric parameters for this?
Okay, thank you very much. Very good question. But the adherence for this, I didn't fully check the adherence table for this patient. Maybe some patient is not adherence is not bad, or I didn't tell anything about the side dishes. So maybe they have more side dishes or something. But the point is that even without the positive result of protein intake, but this diet has the anti-inflammatory effect. So this is contribute to the renal protective effect, I think. Another question is what is the mechanism of the okay. I think that this anti-inflammatory effect, it's lower the C reactive protein levels. Maybe it affects the, for example, the inflammation of the kidney itself or interstitial space inflammation, and it affects some circulation in the kidney. Maybe the inflammation affects the circulation or hemodynamics of the kidney. So that helps that is good for the kidney function. It's my speculation. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for great talk. Really interesting, especially the anti-constipation drug and genmai. So, do you think is there any additional the effect of the your genmai, because anti-constipation drugs is really often used in CKD patient to, how can I say, maintain the gut probably leaky gut and dysbiosis?
Yes, thank you very much. This anti-constipation effect is derived from the amelioration of maybe dysbiosis. The dysbiosis leads to the healthy intestinal epithelial cells, which is good for the movement, motility of the intestine. So it was shown. So the anti-constipation drug without any effect on the dysbiosis is not good for the inflammatory effect. So this gamma is
Much better
yes.
to change the
Yes,
profile,
because
right?
amelioration of dysbiosis. Okay.
Okay. So, and the other one things that you mentioned about the inflammatory reaction due to gut microbe, leaky gut due to the dysbiosis, and we should concern about the local kidney chronic inflammation, right? So the gamma, which is the more target, I think chronic kidney inflammation, tubular inflammation or interstitial inflammation is also the important inflammation, right? But you focus on the leaky gut and chronic inflammation.
Okay, so thank you very much for a very important point. My speculation is the information is not work on the intestinal condition. It's effective on the kidney. So because I think the uremic toxin levels changed, reduced by this intervention. So that's it's effective for the kidney function.
So you mean that the indirect?
Maybe that
kidney inflammation
yes,
due
to the reducing the uremic toxin. Okay, it's just a speculation. So
thank you. Yeah, great.
Thank you very much. Your interesting presentation. I'm not a neurologist and a neurologist, but very interested in your association between the gut condition and kidney disease. But recently in the field of neurological, some degenerated nervous system has very associated with the guts biopsy. So there are any or similar some conditions associated with these two factors.
okay, thank you. It's very interesting point. It needs the further investigation. You are right that some people suggested amelioration of dysbiosis could effective for the mood or some psychogenic function. That means I think the symbiotics or probiotics is good for the QOL, quality of life of the patient. So I didn't check the QOL or mood or psychogenic attitude of these patients, but I hope this will this makes the CKD patient happy. I hope.
For example, the Alzheimer or some disorder, the constipation is the precursor, the early symptoms of this kind. So you say that today the severity of constipation is assessed more by Alta, or it's a kind of earlier symptom?
Okay. I think that these are, but not so many patients suffer from the constipation. The constipation score is not so high. So very first step of constipation, I think these patients.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, it's now time to close session. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Martino.
You and Jesus 彼らの録音されたやつを今からlet's see. Sorry. You and Jesus Carrero's lecture. Yeah. So unfortunately, he's not available this time. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juan Jesus Carrero, and I would like to start by thanking the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk today about a healthy diet in kidney disease, and to all of you for listening at the other side of the screen. The question that I want to discuss with you today is whether we should abandon the traditional restriction of fruits and vegetables in patients with chronic kidney disease. Usually, when people start listening to this part of the lecture, they reflect with a skepticism. They say this is what we have always done. We have to restrict plant foods in these patients because we need to prevent hyperkalemia, hyperphosphatemia, and protein malnutrition. Well, I propose that we go together through the evidence that there is so that we can have an informed decision of what is the best course of action. And for that, we need to remind what is a plant-based diet. What do we mean by a plant-based diet? And I would define it as any eating pattern where animal-based foods are consumed in moderation and proportionally more of our choices are plant-based. In other words, this means that we have high fruits and vegetable diet and low animal foods. In this definition, you can think that all the vegetarian diets and vegan diets are, of course, plant-based, but also the Okinawan diet, the Mediterranean diet, the Dutch diets, because these are all diets in which the food of the pyramid, as shown in the Mediterranean example, is composed of fruits and vegetables. Now, let's rethink this dogma by answering some of the questions that you may have. Can plant-based diets cause malnutrition? And this becomes apparent maybe already in year 2000 when the initial Keidoki guidelines, they said at least 50% of the protein that we eat in our patients should be of high biological value. And by high biological value, we mean animal foods, because they are the only ones that can provide a complete essential amino acid profile. This was what we thought in year 2000, but the last 24 years have taught us that this is not true. And that's why the new recommendations do not longer make this statement, because in the concept of food complementarity, there are very few natural diets that provide insufficient amounts of essential amino acids. In the general population, we have lots of studies showing that vegan and vegetarian diets do not result in amino acid deficiencies, and that mean energy and protein intake do not differ throughout the whole range of plant intake. We also have the evidence in people with kidney disease. We have most of the low-protein diet trials, which were based on vegetarian and vegan diet as a way to achieve a low-protein intake. They did not observe caloric or protein deficit in the setting of controlled and educated environments. We also have observational reports in small communities, like, for example, these two studies from the UK, where vegetarians by choice on dialysis do not have any problem in achieving sufficient energy and protein intake. So that was it. The next question you may have, can plant-based diet cause hyperkalemia? And what we know is that diet increases serum potassium acutely during the postprandial state, in the short term. This is a study of 8 hemodialysis patients and 8 controls that consume fixed amounts of potassium chloride, a bolus of potassium chloride, and here you can see the changes in potassium during the postprandial phase. In the control patients, in the healthy individuals, potassium increased on average by 0.4 millimole per liter. In the hemodialysis population, it increased double. This can be a relatively important problem because usually patients on hemodialysis have a potassium on a steady state of 5, 5.2. So if you increase during the postprandial phase 0.8 millimoles per liter, you can reach a moderate severe hyperkalemia. But this study also showed us that after 3 to 6 hours, levels go back down almost to normality. And it's that we often forget that already in the 1960s, a number of compensatory mechanisms were described on how patients on advanced kidney disease and dialysis try to maintain potassium homeostasis. We know that our patients have increased colonic potassium secretion, and there is an increased deposition of potassium inside the cells to maintain normokalemia in blood. Now, in the long term, what we know is that this association between dietary potassium and circulating potassium, if it exists, seems to be very weak. In this study of 140 patients on dialysis, you can see that there is no association between the amount of serum potassium and the reported potassium intake by 3-day food records. And you can say, well, it's because 3-day food records are not an accurate way of understanding potassium intake. This is just biased. Yes, but then look at this other one, 3,800 patients with CKD stages 3 and B, where we measure 24-hour potassium excretion. And you can see that the association is so weak that only explains 0.003% of the variance. Even if it is significant, I would say that it's not clinically relevant. And now, the question is, should serum and dietary potassium correlate? And I would say that not necessarily, because what we measure in these observational studies is potassium at the beginning of the dialysis session, in fasting condition. This does not represent potassium intake. This represents potassium bioaccumulation, which is the composite of intake, absorption, excretion, and redistribution. And all these aspects are equally altered in chronic kidney disease. What I think this evidence shows is that they give us some impression that circulating potassium in kidney disease may be more strongly explained by other factors than only what we eat. And it would be surprising perhaps for you to learn that most epidemiological studies associate higher potassium intake with better, and I say better outcomes and not higher risks. I have put them all here. We have at present 8 studies that associate with better outcomes. This is what the majority of the studies show. There are 3 studies that do not have any clear association or are inconclusive, and there are 2 studies that associate higher potassium intake with worse outcomes. I have grouped them by levels of kidney function of the people included, and here in this figure at the bottom, you have all patients, all the studies that have been published so far on dialysis patients. And here is where we have less evidence. You have 1 evidence of each, and where we probably need to do more studies to understand this aspect in a population where potassium balance is most critical. Now, I'm not trying to tell you that everything you knew was wrong. I'm just trying to explain you that dietary potassium restriction as a way to prevent hyperkalemia in chronic kidney disease is a well-intended advice, but as you can see, is not supported by very strong evidence. I've shown you that the associations between diet and serum potassium happen mostly in the postprandial period. That's where we need to pay attention. But in the long term, maybe we need to follow the recommendations of the KDOQI 2020 and the new KDIGO 2024 that will come in press in 2 months. Generalized potassium restriction probably can deprive patients from the intake of other healthy nutrients. And in this way, we need to remember that everything is not plant foods. All foods can be potassium rich if they are eaten in the wrong amount, in the wrong context, and with the wrong cooking method. Look at this study from the US, 300 patients from California. They evaluated the top sources of potassium in their diets. It wasn't fruits and vegetables, well, legumes was there in the 5th place. It was beef, it was chicken, it was Mexican food, and it was the consumption of hamburgers. All these foods are also very rich in potassium. The problem is not only the organic potassium content of foods, but I think that especially inorganic potassium additives. They are hidden sources of potassium that, as shown in this graph, can increase the potassium content in, for example, processed meat by more than 300%. This is not small amount. This means that potassium additives can add up to 500 milligrams of potassium per 100 grams of food consumed. Now, if you are lucky to have a dietitian in your clinic, he or she may tell you that cooking methods can reduce the potassium content content of foods by as much as 75%. This you can achieve by boiling and discarding the water of the boiling. This is demineralization. Well, so what am I trying to tell you with these two apparently contradictory messages? Because on one hand, I'm telling you that potassium is everywhere. On the other hand, I'm telling you if you boil it, it goes away. Well, what I try to say is that despite our efforts in restricting the fruits and vegetables of our patients, we probably have very little control and very little accountability of how much potassium is being ingested. Forbidding fruits and vegetables is not going to solve the problem. And forbidding fruits and vegetables focus only on the organic potassium sources, and they fail to consider that potassium absorption and distribution is influenced by the intake of other nutrients in the diet. So these three studies published in very good journals showed many years ago already that if potassium is consumed together with glucose, with alkali, or with fiber, three nutrients that are rich in fruits and vegetables, there is an increased postprandial deposition in the intracellular cells. There is an increased excretion in the stools. It's not only me, but some more researchers are now reaching the conclusion that perhaps by restricting fruits and vegetables, we may be even facilitating increased potassium in circulation by prolonging the stay of the food in the intestine and increasing the absorption. Now comes the awakening phase. Fruits and vegetables are not enemies, they're friends with benefits that they can provide some healthy nutrients for CKD. And I will not have time to talk about all these nutrients. You can discuss them and you can read about them in this review that we published a few years ago, but I will focus on three: plant, fiber, and alkali. Plant protein, fiber, and alkali. Because there are more and more studies coming suggesting that not all proteins are the same. And the consumption of plant proteins compared to the amount of animal proteins in these people with chronic kidney disease leads to a slower kidney function decline and to a lower risk of death. Now, these are observational studies, so we always need to understand, are these plausible mechanisms that explain this? And I think there are. Look at this study. This is a nice crossover study published in 1990. 10 healthy individuals were fed for 3 weeks with a plant protein diet or with an animal protein diet that contained the exact same amount of protein in the base. And you can see in this pre-post study that compared to animal, a plant protein diet reduced plasma flow, increased renal vascular resistance, and lowered the fractional clearance of albumin. But animal protein can do more in kidney disease because they are involved in the generation of uremic toxins. And I can explain it to you with this animation. When we eat animal proteins, we are essentially eating aromatic amino acids, which are tyrosine, tryptophan, and phenylalanine. These amino acids are the substrates of the food for the proteolytic bacteria, which proliferates in our intestine. And what it does is to metabolize this animal protein into uremic toxins, indoxyl sulfate, precursor sulfate, and 3-methylalanine. These uremic toxins, in the context of the disturbed epithelial barrier in chronic kidney disease, can translocate and enter into circulation together with endotoxin, leading to inflammation, oxidative stress, kidney fibrosis, and the basis of the mechanisms of CKD progression as we know it. There's plenty of research about it, but this one caught my attention, a paper from 2021, where this French group showed that a low aromatic amino acid diet can be as effective as a low protein diet in preventing chronic kidney disease by this mechanism precisely. What they did, and I will make it very simple because I'm an epidemiologist, not a basic scientist, is that they fed mice with kidney failure with 3 different diets: a normal diet, normal protein diet, a low protein diet, and a normal protein diet with low aromatic amino acids, only low in the amino acids that come from meat. What they showed is that compared to the normal protein diet, the low protein diet and the diet low in amino acids, aromatic amino acids, reduced proteinuria, reduced kidney fibrosis, and reduced inflammation to the similar extent. But in addition, the diet low in aromatic amino acids also reduced the uremic toxin concentration by these mechanisms that I just explained to you. So improving the quality of our diet towards a more plant-based could have the same benefit as a low-protein diet in mitigating kidney damage. Now, if we eat more plant foods, we're going to eat more fiber, and there are plenty of trials in the general population saying that fiber can help to alleviate constipation, lower blood pressure, prevent cancer, lower heart disease, regulate blood sugar. I would say that all these effects would be very beneficial in our patients. But in addition, fiber can do more. And I can explain you now the other side of the animation. Because when we eat fiber, we are going to give substrate to the saccharolytic bacteria, which will metabolize fiber into short-chain fatty acids that help the gut barrier integrity. When inside circulation, together with the alkaline environment and the insulin sensitivity that has been improved by the nutrients of the fruit and vegetables, it will lower inflammation and acid load. But the most important thing is that these two families of bacteria, saccharolytic and proteolytic, compete with one another. So by promoting more saccharolytic bacteria, we're going to inhibit all the initial part of the animation. Is this working? Yes, it is working, and we have the concept of the prebiotics. These are short-term trials that supplement fiber in your patient. The most of these trials are depicted here, and you can see that the mechanism worked because people that with kidney disease, also in dialysis and in peritoneal dialysis, that consume prebiotics are going to have a lower generation of uremic toxins and going to have also a lower generation of inflammatory biomarkers. Now, what happens in the long term, we don't know, because the longest intervention with probiotics, as far as I know, is a few weeks only. In the long term, we need to go to observational studies. And every month, there are more and more suggesting that a higher rich in fiber can be associated with a slower progression to kidney failure, a lower risk of major adverse cardiovascular events, and a lower risk of death. Now, if we eat plant foods, we're going to lower the amount of acids in our diet, and a lower acid dose, a lower acid load has important beneficial effects as shown in the figure, preserving GFR, decreasing bone reabsorption, improving insulin sensitivity, and reducing muscle mass loss. Now, we don't need to go into many mechanisms. We can just show you a trial where all this happens at the same time. Fruits and vegetables delay the progression of kidney disease. Nimrit Goraya and Donald Wilson in 2012, they randomized 108 patients with CKD stage 3 and macroalbuminuria to usual care or to an intervention with sodium bicarbonate or fruits and vegetables to reduce dietary acid load. What they observed is that both interventions, the sodium bicarbonate and the fruits and vegetables, control acidosis and reduce urinary expression of angiotensinogen, preserving GFR in the same way and better than usual care. More interesting than this 3-year trial was the follow-up of 5 years that we did in these patients. Here you can see in the figure that the decline of eGFR was less rapid in both the bicarbonate and the fruits and vegetables. But in addition, the fruits and vegetables group had a better blood pressure control, had a better body weight, lower lipoprotein A levels, and higher levels of vitamin K1, which are involved in arterial fibrillation and vascular calcification. And vitamin K1 is specific to the intake of green leaves vegetables. This was better than the sodium bicarbonate fruit, and it shows that there are clear benefits of a plant-based diet that go beyond simply controlling acid load. Now, if this has been a revelation for you, the message is that we need to focus on the overall quality of the diet rather than on one single nutrient. And that's why we need to talk about plant-based diets, which collectively have more of the good stuff and less of the good or the bad stuff. And if we talk about foods instead of nutrients, this translates into recommendations that the patients can more easily follow. And now, studies on plant-based diet patterns are published frequently in the literature lately. These are just some examples showing that diets that are more aligned with a plant-based concept associated with a lower risk of developing kidney disease, with a slower kidney function decline, with a lower risk of kidney failure, and a lower risk of death in people with chronic kidney disease. And there are small trials that are coming. This is a very nice example from Denmark, 20 patients with CKD stages 3 to 4 in a crossover study with 1 week intervention and washout, where the patients were given what they call a plant-based Nordic renal diet, which is a diet rich in plants, fruits, and vegetables, but using the foods that are typical and that are grown in the context of Scandinavian countries. You can see in the first figure that there was a better control of acidosis, of metabolic acidosis. There was a lower excretion of net acid load, and there was a lower concentration of uremic toxins. And if we look into outside nephrology, we have amazing trials like the DASH trial, like the PREDIMEP trial, looking at the benefits of a DASH diet or a low cardiovascular or low Mediterranean diet on cardiovascular disease prevention and blood pressure control. So why would this diet not be equally beneficial for our patients? A healthy diet is not going to be the panacea. It's just going to be a complement. It can never be compared with a very powerful SGLT2 inhibitor, but everything together is going to help. And in this review, we try to remind everyone of these concepts. A healthy diet and a lifestyle complements any pharmacological strategy in chronic kidney disease and more, not only for targeting disease prevention, but also targeting hypertension, cardiovascular disease, diabetes mellitus, metabolic acidosis, hyperphosphatemia, and hyperkalemia. Okay, suppose that you are convinced. What do you need to do now? We need to see how can we implement these plant-based diets in our clinic. How can our patients eat more fruits and vegetables? First, I think we need to change the chip. And instead of calling it low potassium diet, let's call it the hyperkalemia diet to remind the patients and ourselves that these diets of potassium restriction are only necessary when hyperkalemia is at risk or a concern. Now, not all patients, we have to recognize, will be enough motivated and willing to transition to a plant-based diet, and it's difficult to change those perceptions. We need to invest on education, not only on our patients, but also on ourselves, because potassium is not only in the bananas. We need to teach about cooking methods and about nutrient content in foods, and especially we need to learn to identify where are the potassium additives. These are not changes that we can do from one day to another. We have to implement them gradually. We have to monitor closely for safety, because remember that postprandial hyperkalemia may be an issue. And because of that, the actionable steps that you can recommend to your patients is to buy plant foods that they prepare at home. I know that in Asian countries, this may be traditional, but I also know that modern society is always towards the consumption of processed foods and fast foods and ready-made dishes. Doing things at home will help control over food processing and preparation methods. Remember the demineralization process I told you before, and also to control fruit sizes. Select the right food products. It's better to have fresh foods, foods with low potassium content, and read the product labels for potassium additives. Forget about uses, because uses in meta-analysis of adverse events are the main bombs of potassium behind the dietary associated hyperkalemia in clinical trials and in case reports. And remind your patients to distribute the consumption of plant foods throughout the day. Do not put everything in one dinner or one breakfast. Small amounts distributed throughout the 5 meals of the day to avoid this potential risk of postprandial hyperkalemia. So in essence, I'm asking you to look at fruits and vegetables with fresh eyes. And in here, we classify them in a different way. We classify them in relation to the amount of potassium per 100 grams per gram of fiber, because fiber will help in many other beneficial effects and will lower the overall absorption. So maybe the fruits that are in the first column and the vegetables in the first column are the ones that we can start recommending with more strength, and try to say limit to some extent the ones on the other side of the column. Now, can we go crazy and can we just recommend that everyone should eat a lot of fruits and vegetables? Well, I think that to some extent we need to be careful. These are small trials that show there is no discernible risk of clinically detected hyperkalemia when you eat fruits and vegetables. They're mostly in a stage 3 and 4 patients. And whenever there was some hyperkalemia reported, there was always another cause behind it than the diet. However, let's be clear, this doesn't mean that what we eat is not going to influence potassium balance, because it does. This is a study of people with CKD stage 3, that we compared two diets with different amounts of potassium. The diet that was richer in potassium, they increased potassium levels by 0.21 millimoles per liter. You can say that 0.2 millimoles per liter is a very small amount and perhaps not a big problem. The rise is small. Maybe we can be permissible in a stage 3. But here, this is another trial, short-term potassium chloride supplementation in patients with a stage 3B and some of them with a stage 4. Here, potassium raised by 0.4 millimole per liter. And 11% of patients develop hyperkalemia. This is not a relatively small amount, especially if you consider that the exclusion criteria in this trial already pre-selected a population with low hyperkalemia risk. So I would say that in a stage 4, maybe it's not so entirely safe to liberalize fully the diet. We need to continue investing on education on food choices and monitoring when it's still needed. And now, in the studies in patients with stage 4 and 5 and dialysis, essentially we still don't know. And I would encourage you all to perform research in this area. Now, at the webpage of the European Renal Nutrition Working Group, for example, you have translated to many languages advices of how you can give to your patients. You can print these leaflets and give them to your patients about how to cook and how to avoid potassium in foods. And remember that probably the next battle that we need to take is the fight against ultra-processed foods, which are not only sources of potassium or phosphorus, they're also sources of potassium, of sodium, and providing a diet of very low quality. And essentially, this is all I wanted to say. Thank you for surviving the lecture to the end. Here you have my email and my social media contact, and I hope you found this presentation useful for your clinical practice. Have a nice rest of the day.
Like a very, very interesting lecture. So he asked me to question to me, and because he's not available right now in the early morning in Sweden. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, very nice. I didn't know that I had the time, but I still like you're coming tomorrow? Okay. So maybe I don't want to when you make the really? Okay, I need a paper.
Okay, so let's start the poster session. You see the poster in the different room, but each speaker can summarize their findings in 5 minutes by using a 3-5 poster. So first speaker is Dr. Mizuno. He analyzed the Dr. Iseki's database about the it's better to hear his talk. Please.
Thank you. This is a retrospective cohort Okinawa study. The data is from health checkup data in Okinawa. Risk and protective factors in behind for the prevention of renal failure. The poster presentation is in over poster. Maintaining kidney function is in a healthy state is increasingly important in these days because of 100-year lifespan we can expect. Materials from health checkup Okinawa data years from 2014 to 2029, 22, 9 years. The number of subjects counts 40,000. In this setup, X status of VGFR, expected GFR less than 30 ever, Cox regression analysis with minimum AIC method. This method can give us what important combination of factors in behind. 9 factors are selected. 9 factors are selected. I'm surprised there are so many factors. And among them, urinary protein from minus or plus minus didn't show much difference from 1 plus, 2 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus. We can see very much difference. And this is very much strong. The hypothesis in behind GFR decline in case of diabetes mellitus. The point is we have 15 to 10 years before the very sharp decline. We have a chance of intervention, but to properly treat early nephropathy is to have more gained. And this slide underneath shows the comparison. The subject who started urinary protein plus and plus also the next visit. On the left side, the decline is very much sharp and steep compared to the subject who started urinary protein level plus. But the second visit, they showed minus or plus minus. Thereafter, they showed very much mild transition. So the intervention, we'd like to see this type of phenomena in the future. Those albumin or urinary sugar first blood glucose. Albumin is inflammation related, and those urinary sugar first blood glucose that diabetes related. Besides, the recovery property from the present EGFR to expected to say maximum. We have a chance of recovery and not so many recovery underneath. And many factors, urea nitrogen, uric acid, blood glucose relates to GFR or creatinine level. And this HDL cholesterol or umbilical circumference or BMI, obesity relates inversely related HDL cholesterol. HDL cholesterol is exercise related. So exercise increase the bloodstream oxygen. So aerobic state and non-aerobic state to go from an aerobic state to aerobic state that ameliorate kidney function. Underneath is kidney and liver function axis. Liver and kidney axis is discussed in behind gut or in summary. Controlling and reducing urinary protein levels are most important, and the main purpose of low protein dietary intervention. And paying attention to risk or moderating factors, the plan should be carried out systematic, seamlessly, and individually based. And Gogyo Genmai were shown in the slide is explained and discussed elsewhere. Thanks for attention.
My name is Ryota Haba. This title is Post-Marketing Surveillance of Gogyo Genmai Monitors. We study Gogyo Genmai, low protein Genmai using kidney disease. One problem, it's RCT is very difficult. So we thinking post pre and post study. Pre and post study many started.
now continue. で、なんだろうな。For study, starting, ひまわり、宮古島、徳島ユニバーシティ and Fuji Hospital. Each different CKD grade. ひまわり、CKD grade 1 to 3. And宮古島、grade 2 and 3. 徳島ユニバーシティ、grade 3 and 4. 富士ホスピタル、grade 3 and 4 and 5. Specialty, grade 5, many groups. なんだろうな。Result, then analyze this.
Okay, we are trying to for food labeling. The risk reduction is only allowed, but we consider the prevention and treatment could be done by medical food. So we are trying to apply to the Codex Alimentarius, for example, as a functional food sections. So anyway, we need evidence. So we select the different CKD grade 1 to 3, 3, 4, and more advanced G5. For example, as a functional food sections. So anyway, we need evidence. So we tell somebody already come CKD grade 1 to 3, 3, 4, and more advanced G5. For example, as a functional food. Okay, so please watch the poster directly today or tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Dr. Abe. So next speaker is Dr. Fukuda. Dr. Fukuda is a follow-up patient after corona vaccinations. He collected many complicated cases, and some cases become the Dr. Fukuda is a follow-up patient after corona vaccination. He collected many complicated cases, and some cases become the Dr. Fukuda is a follow-up patient after vaccination. He collected many complicated cases, and some cases.
すみません、福田先生、今から始めてもらうんですが、イヤホンだとかマイクがつけてると、音が全部反響してしまいますので、一旦外してもらって、自分のマイクだけを単に話してもらって、ちょっとマイクテストしていただいていいですか？つけてると、音が全部反響してしまいますので、一旦もらって、自分のマイクだけを単に話してもらって、ちょっとマイクテストしていただいていいですか？つけてると、音が全部反響してしまいますので、一旦もらって、 自分のマイクだけを話してもらって、マイクテストしていただいていいかっていうことを求めて、地元になりますので、福田先生、近くにもし、イヤホンとかがあれば、スピーカーを使わずにイヤホンを使っていただくと、更新がうまくいくようなんですが、できますでしょうか。
OK。はい、
先生、近くにもし、
はい、
イヤホンとかがあれば、スピーカーを使わずにイヤホンを使っていただくと、更新がうまくいくようなんですが、できますでしょうか。
ちょっと今、ありませんので、始めます。
どうぞ。
はい。スタート OK。OK。
OK、どうぞです。
じゃあ、let's start. OK。OK。
OK、どうぞです。
はい。I'm Katsuhiko Fukuda. Let's start. I'm Katsuhiko Fukuda, Vice President of Integrated Medical Center, Fukuda International Medicine Clinic. I'm speaking today from a clinic in Matsui City, Shimane Prefecture, due to a medical emergency. I'd like to thank Dr. Sho Watanabe and everyone involved for giving me this valuable opportunity. Today, my presentation topic is effects of brown rice, medical rice, Ogyogenmai, on renal dysfunction due to SARS-CoV-2 messenger RNA post-vaccine syndrome. Next slide. Introduction. In my clinic, I routinely monitor renal function for several years before and after messenger RNA vaccination until February 224, and have seen cases with worsening renal function with each booster vaccination. And although it is generally accepted that the symptoms of long COVID and post-vaccine syndrome are very similar, but in my clinic, patients' clinical symptoms of post-vaccine syndrome tend to be more frequent and severe than those long COVID in all symptoms. However, the silent killer, renal disorder, like CKD, are rarely reported. The next slide, this table shows the 5 stages of chronic kidney disease changes in renal function after messenger RNA vaccination. In CKD exacerbation after vaccination, patients without underlying diabetes, hypertension, or collagen disease are relatively common. Method, 8 patients with renal function worsened after SARS-CoV-2 messenger vaccination were asked to consume 240 kilocalories of low-protein fermented brown rice per package, 3 meals per day, at least 5 days per week, or at least 3 months. Before and after intervention, renal function was measured by blood test, gut microbiota, and short-chain fatty acid were measured, and protein intake was measured by total urine analysis. The result of these microflora tests and urinalysis are not yet known at this time. Case number 1, a 77-year-old male, CKD stage 4, diabetic nephropathy, kidney cancer, post-op, brain tumor, pancreatic cancer, like tube cancer. After receiving 5 doses of COVID-19 vaccine, he was diagnosed with hepatic metastasis of pancreas cancer and brain tumor and progressed to hepatic dysfunction and renal dysfunction. Starting medical rice, potassium and phosphorus level were controlled, and renal function tend to improve. Creatine level decreased, the GFR level increased. Case number 2. Oh, 66-year-old male. Renal dysfunction progressed after messenger RNA vaccination. The renal dysfunction recovered with diet and drug treatment. However, renal function declined again and started taking Gogyo-Genmai. Potassium and phosphorus level decreased. The renal function, such as creatine and eGFR, improved. Case number 3. 68-year-old male, BPH treated for hyperuricemia. After treatment of messenger RNA vaccine, CKD progressed, and medical therapy, including RAI, SGLT2/1, MRI, and diet therapy were unsuccessful. Started Gogyo-Genmai, brown rice, potassium and phosphorus level decreased, and renal function such as creatine and GFR improved. Without over 3 months observation period, renal function improved in 3 of 8 CKD patients tend to receive either drug therapy or conventional diet. Conclusion. Low protein brown rice Gogyo-Genmai may be useful in CKD after messenger RNA vaccination in cases refractory to treatment such as diet and drug therapy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Vaccination in cases
do you have any
refractory
question?
to treatment such as diet and drug.
Okay, thank you, Dr. So next speaker.
This title, Intervention Study on the Low-Grade CKD Patients in Miyako, Iceland. Island. 失礼しました。Purpose, a 3-month intervention trial of low-protein brown rice will be conducted by volunteers such as dietitians, public health nurses, and nurses from Miyakojima City Community Comprehensive Support Center. Minority among CKD3 and protein-positive subjects with relative the mild CKD3 in the community with a 9 months intervention period for those who wish to extend the trial. The study will examine whether it can delay the worsening of CKD. Such is likely to be a problem in community medicine in the future. One of the outcome measures will be a monthly examination of intestinal bacteria to determine changes over time. Each study method expected results. Changes in intestinal bacteria were seen from the first month and will be maintained until the end of the intervention trial. These results suggest an increase in beneficial bacteria and an increase in short-chain fatty acid. This will reduce the number of dialysis patients, reduce the burden of nursing care in the community, maintain the quality of life of patients, and reduce tax subsidies for dialysis. Around medical expenses and manpower to be directed to patients with other disease. This will be a great help to local medical care in remote areas, which are expected to become more urgent.
Thank you. Is there any questions? So please ask at the board later. Okay, next speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. So Dr. Chen, now. Dr. Chen, could you join? One more. Dr. Chen, Dr. Tang. Dr. Chen is the coordinator of this program. Dr. Chen, are you
Yes,
there?
can you hear me?
Okay, so could you
Yes,
briefly explain your program?
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, so please start. We have just started the intervention trial in Nanjing, and the rationale is here. CKD patients continue to increase as obesity, diabetes, and hypertension increase. And China, the number one in the world. A CKD patient does not return to health. Proteinuria begins to appear in 10-15 years in diabetes mellitus, and GFR decline with the increase in proteinuria. It is historically proven that the low protein diet is the best way to stop the increase in proteinuria. And the conventional low protein white rice is inefficient. So uremic toxin is a good treatment for proteinuria, but it does not stop the increase in proteinuria. To reduce uremic toxin, it is necessary to improve the intestinal and renal interaction. Okay, so we want to move to the next study in Tianjin. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, are you here? Are you there?
Okay.
So
Hello,
please
everybody.
start.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Chen Xiaoyu, and I come from Shanghai University of Medicine and Health Science in China. Today, the topic of my presentation is effect of low-protein Golgi rice on improving intestinal and renal function in patients with chronic kidney disease. First, let's introduce methods. From January to February 2024, 12 patients with CKD were recruited from Peculiar Clinic Hospital, including 4 patients with CKD stage 1 to 2, 4 patients with CKD stage 3, and 2 patients with CKD stage 4. After a month of no protein Golgi rice intervention, people complete the experiment, and number 3 and number 2 patients fell off. The specific reasons were as follows. Number 3 didn't complete the experiment due to the aggravation of the disease. Number 2 didn't complete the post-intervention evaluation due to the particularity of CFIO's work. The average consumption of low-protein Golgi rice was 45 plus or minus 30 boxes. The collection of indicators such as basic information, personal and clinical basic information, questionnaire, quality of life assessment, blood, and feces. Intervention methods, 240 calories per box, 3 units, 5 days a week, 3 meals a day. In the remaining 2 days, patients can eat their favorite staple food. If you can't eat 3 boxes of no protein Golgi rice every day, you can leave it behind, but you should record the amount of diet. The intervention time was 1 month. Questionnaires, blood, urine, and feces were collected before and after the intervention. Let's introduce results section. The average age of the patients was 54.9 years. The age range was 25 to 74 years. After 1 month of no protein Golgi rice intervention, patients creatinine creatinine and urine showed a downward trend, although there was still no statistical difference. With the gradual aggravation of CKD stage, the percentage of eGFR increased and percentage of creatinine decreased gradually increased after the intervention. In addition, the increase in the number of no-protein Golgi rice will increase the improvement of eGFR, creatinine, and urine. The reason why there is no statistical difference is that, on one hand, the sample size is too small, and secondly, it may be due to the Spring Festival holidays. Number 8 and number 11 patients failed to collect data in time after the intervention. Among them, number 8 patients were collected 50 days after the intervention, and number 11 patients were collected 4 days after the intervention. After the intervention, they followed the original eating habits, which may cause a certain degree of bias to the results of the experiment. If number 8 and number 11 patients were excluded, there were statistical differences in GFR and creatinine before and after intervention. This is the renal function indicators before and after intervention. Finally, these are conclusion. After 1 month of no protein Golgi rice intervention, renal function has a trend of improvement. Second, the higher the severity of CKD, the better the improvement of renal function after intervention. The more no protein Golgi rice consumption, the better the improvement of renal function indicators. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. How you? So, do you have any questions? It's a very smart, beautiful result, I think. Okay, thank you, Dr. Chang. So, let's move to the next speaker. Next is the Professor Herani Rashid from Indonesia.
Okay, thank
Professor
you. Can I
Rashid?
share my?
Oh, you are here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please
Can
start.
I share my presentation? Can you see my presentation? Okay.
Okay.
You can. Okay.
Okay, you may start.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am from Indonesia, South Sulawesi. I am from Khairani Rashid from Department Internal Medicine. On this occasion, I would like to present about one study plan with the title Low Protein Fermented Brown Rice Gijogmai Intervention Trial in South Sulawesi, especially in Makassar. This is collaboration study between Faculty Medicine Hasanuddin University with SPRIM. As we know, in CKD patients have slow of the intestinal microbiota, which in turn leads to the secretion of toxin and microinflammation. So after that, not only work CKD patient, but also adversely affect the cardiovascular system and other organs. For this related data, a study will be conducted looking at the effect of low protein diet accompanied by adequate energy to avoid worsening CKD. There are no reports of RCT of kidney disease, although the before presenter to make conclusion about bronze rinds can be improved the CKD patient. So, several reports of RCT of kidney disease patient on low protein diet that have been able to follow the set NFC intake. We plan in Makassar, South Sulawesi, Indonesia, a multi-center collaborative study with SPRINT to evaluate the effect of brown rice on several endpoints, which I will explain in my last slide. Methods up to 30 patients in its intervention group and the control group from patient with CKD 3 until 5 among the outpatient or inpatient are recruited and the participating physician will be enrolled. G3 or G4 with albuminuria is preferable. Intervention group is 140 calories per pack, 3 units, 3 meals a day, 5 days a week. Patient can eat whatever staple food they want for the remaining 2 days. The required energy intake is body weight 0.5 unit. 1 unit is 80 calories, which is the same as the food exchange table of the Japan Diabetes Society, so that the patient can easily carry out the exercise. 0. unit equal with 32 calories, which matches then 30 until 35 calories by guideline. The endpoint of this study is a primary endpoint to see the subjective symptom, quality of life. The next blood test, urine test, full urine, random urine if not possible, and stool test, feces collecting kit for bacteria and short chain 5 fatty acid if measured in Japan. So the other measurement in Makassar, South Sulawesi. So the other endpoint is inflammatory marker, for example, interleukin 6 and TNF alpha. Thank you. This is the next feature in Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Professor Rashid. We are very expecting your study, a multi-center study. This is the first time to do the collaborative study with Indonesia. However, Indonesia is a very big country, and the number of CKD patients is number 3 or 4 in the world. So, please take a very good study design. Thank you very much. So, next speaker would be the last person. Chizuru Wakita from Fuji Hospital. Wakita-san. Dr. Wakita.
すいません。
Okay,
画面
please
共有で
start.
きてますでしょうか。
はい、画面映ってます。
すいません。そしたら始めさせてもらいます。よろしいでしょうか。
時間十分ありますので、どうぞ。ない。
ちょっと緊張してます。すみません。パイロットインターベーションスタディ for advanced CKD by low protein 5行玄米。First is the effect of a low protein玄米 diet on patients with advanced CKD. The patient in the ordinary low protein diet has not yet been determined. Method as a pilot study, 10 patients with advanced CKD were treated with low protein 5行玄米 rice package 5 days a week for 3 months. The subject range from 61 to 87 years of age, 6 men and 4 women with CKD grade stage can be 1, stage 4-2, and stage 5-7. One died before starting. EGFR was 31.3, 4.5 milliliter per minute per 1.73 square meter. Creatinine was 1.8, 8.554 milligram per deciliter, and BUN was 18.4, 69.2 milligram per deciliter. 6 stage 5 patients received NaH2CO3 infusion. Results after 3 months of dietary therapy, protein intake decreased in 5 patients, mean 2.6 grams, and increased in 4 patients, indicated 2.5 grams urinary protein decreased in 3 patients and increased in 6. EGFR improved in 5 patients and decreased in 4. Total cholesterol decreased in 5 patients and increased in 4. HDL cholesterol increased in 6 patients and fell in 3. Endocrine surface and other nephrotoxins said to decline. CRP and interleukin-6 correspondingly decreased. The relationship with intestinal bacteria investigation. This pilot study showed that a low protein diet of 0.5 grams per kilogram body weight can be easily installed even for patients with advanced CKD. We are currently analyzing intestinal bacteria. This table is informatively uremic toxins by Gogyo Genmai. Conclusion: 10 patients with advanced CKD underwent the Gogyo Genmai intervention. 1 patient died before the intervention. The 9 patients underwent a 3-month intervention trial. The subjects were 6 men and 3 women aged 61 to 87 years with CKD grades of G3B in 1, G4 in 2, and 7.5. The EGFR 31.3, 4.5 milliliter per minute per 1.73 square meter. Creatinine was 1.8 to 8.4 milligram per deciliter. BUN was 18.4, 69. NaH2CO3 infusion 3 months. Total cholesterol decreased in 5 patients, increased in 4 patients, and HDL cholesterol in 6 patients and decreased in 3 patients. Nephrotoxins such as endocrine surface decreased most patients. Analysis intestinal bacteria in underway. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Wakata-san. This is a small size pilot study, but all samples are very extensive CKD stage 5. And those patients experienced a very long period low protein diet in that hospital. So, however, the difference is not so clear, but apparently the reduced amount of urine toxins may improve the condition of kidneys. Do you have any questions? Okay, so thank you very much. 脇田さん、雑賀先生によろしくお願いします。let's Okay, so please, if you sit together, testimony together, from 8 5.